blur on a paint and plaster face is covering desire and disgrace. We could be lovers, but no one suspects at all. Once you're inside that costume room, and now I'm sitting here before the mirror. I have the skill still to disguise my tears. And as the magic starts to fade, I find myself abandoning the masquerade. Even though you're suffering, you try to hide it. And pretend you're so nonchalant. You can cry a pool of tears and sit beside it. And perhaps you'll know what you want. I hope you never feel this much despair. I know the meaning of that empty chair. As the illusions that we made all fall away in this abandoned masquerade. Even though you're suffering, you try to hide it. And pretend you're so nonchalant. You can cry a pool of tears and sit beside it. Then perhaps you'll know what you want. I hope you never feel this much despair, or know the meaning of that empty chair. As the illusions that we made all fall away in this abandoned masquerade. How much do I love you? I do. How deep is the ocean? How many times in a day do I think of you? How many roses are sprinkled with blue? far would I travel just to be here? How far is the journey? How far is the journey? Here to start. How deep is the ocean? How deep is the ocean? How is the sky? How far would I travel just to be? How far is the journey? How far is the journey? Here to a star. How deep is the ocean? 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 Is the sky? Tell me when will you be mine? Tell me quando, quando, quando. All right, everybody, please take your seats so we can begin. Please take your seats so we can begin. Everybody, please take your seats. Everybody, please find a seat. And yep. All right. The show's going to start in 5 seconds. Grab a seat. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Convergence 2021. My name is John Martin. I'm the president and CEO of RVA 757 Connects. And I want to thank the two chambers, Chamber Hampton Roads and Chamber RVA, for hosting this event. So thank you to the Bryans. Also, I think in the audience we have a few folks. We have, is Diane Kaufman here? Hello, Diane. Stand up, please. We recognize Senator Kane, Tim Kaine's office. Great. And then Drew Lumpkin. I think I saw Drew in here. Drew? Senator Mark Warner's office. Thank you. And Andrea McClellan, I believe, is going to join us today. I don't see her right now, but Andrea, I don't think needs an introduction. She is really wired into this topic. So we are really going to have a great time today. We've got a lot of insights and topics to cover, and it's really all about the future of all of us in this room and the regions that we represent. I think the best way to start today, though, is to hear a welcome from Cliff Fleet, who is the CEO and President and CEO of the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation. Cliff?
I think I know most everybody here in the room, so it's nice to see everybody here in Williamsburg and in person in this facility. I do want to extend greetings on behalf of the broader Williamsburg community. I am President and CEO of the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation. As the city manager reminds us, we're the largest landowner, taxpayer, et cetera, around here. So it's really nice to have everybody here and meet at what is actually the middle of the RVA 757 Connect region. Many mega regions are defined actually by gaps in between major cities, and we are fortunate that we don't have a gap. We actually have thriving communities up and down the entire Interstate 64 corridor that we can leverage and think about. And so it's wonderful to have everybody here, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thanks, Cliff. So what are we going to do today? I want to quickly go over the 4 goals we have. The first one is to celebrate our successes of what we've accomplished over the last year and what's next, and get your input on that. Secondly, to really understand the innovation corridors, the I-64 innovation corridors position. I think we all are very close to this organization and what we're doing, and I want everybody to go home with this key message of what we're all about. And thirdly, to grow in terms of our knowledge on this transformative opportunity of becoming a global internet hub. And then the fourth is to engage, that we really are looking for everyone to step up next year in 2022 and really play an active role in moving our mega region forward. So our meeting agenda, we're going to start off with some opening remarks from Polly White, the board chair of Chamber RVA, and Brian Stevens, the president and CEO of Hampton Roads Chamber. And then I'm going to share with you a 15-minute rocket docket on what we look like today and some of the headwinds and some of the tailwinds for tomorrow. And then that's going to segue into Aubrey Lane, Senior VP, Chief of Staff, Centera. Aubrey's going to share a few remarks on Centera as the speaker sponsor of today, and then put on another hat and moderate an international perspective of a global internet hub. And we're going to have 3 international experts, with any luck, Zoom in for us. And then following that, Q&A time, and then we'll have lunch, and then the afternoon we're going to have a local perspective. And I guarantee this will happen because all the panelists are here in this room. And so we'll have a robust discussion there. And then I want to share some of the insights from the Go Virginia study that we've recently completed and some other insights that my firm, the Institute for Tomorrow, has really been studying, and look at it in terms of the successes for this mega region and RVA 757 Connects. And really want to go through the highlights of what we've accomplished and then what's next for us, and get everybody's input on that. And then that'll end with a facilitated discussion, sort of a table discussion, and then sharing that our two co-chairs, Tom Franz and Ted Chandler, are going to facilitate. So we have a whole lot built into the next 6 hours, and I so appreciate everybody taking their time to be part of this important initiative. So next, I'm going to turn it over to Polly White and Brian Stevens for some opening remarks.
Well, good morning. Good morning. So I'm Polly White, and I get the privilege this morning of welcoming all of you on behalf of Chamber RVA and Richmond. And as many of you know, I'm a small business person. I'm the founder and COO of Gather, which is a professional workspace, and we have 4 locations in Richmond and 3 more in the Hampton Roads location. Gather currently has about 170,000 square feet of communal workspace, with about 800 offices, a whole bunch of conference rooms, and all the other amenities and business infrastructure that companies and organizations need to really operate efficiently. But what you might not know is that Gather is the product of the Chamber. On an inner city visit to Denver, you guys just went there, but in Denver back in 2013, my husband and I saw this concept of co-working for the first time. And we knew that that was going to be really important to small businesses, larger organizations, and the entrepreneurial ecosystem if our region was going to continue to grow. And so about 11 months after we saw co-working, we opened our first Gather in downtown Richmond. So in 2018, when we were looking to open our 4th location and our first one outside of Richmond, it was the logical next step to look at Hampton Roads, our sister region, for that move. And we opened Norfolk a year later. Now we have locations also in Virginia Beach and Newport News, so we filled out the region nicely. Many people already see RVA and 757 as one region. I know that Gather's 2,000 members do, because they constantly are traveling back and forth. Because we offer full reciprocity, they can use any of the locations, and they do. We see our 757 members in the Richmond region all the time, and vice versa. And Gather and a lot of small businesses are stronger because of the ability to work in both regions and have those regions work nicely together. That's why holding this conference is so important. We need to continue to work together and to strengthen our partnerships and thereby our region. But none of this would be possible without our sponsors. And it's due to their generosity that we're able to meet today. So I'd like you to join me in thanking our speaking sponsors, Centera and Optima Health, and our supporting sponsors, Atlantic Union Bank, Cox, Dominion Energy, and Henrico EDA. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. My name is Brian Stevens, and it is a distinct honor and a privilege to do 2 things this morning. One, to let you know that I am just so proud to represent the business community of Hampton Roads, and second, to welcome you here for this important conference. John has asked me to talk about why this conference is important, but from a bigger perspective, why this whole mega region concept is important. And I got to be honest with you, about 6 years ago, I didn't know anything about it. Then I had lunch with Tom Franz. And the whole subject of that lunch was about this initiative. And Tom sold me back then, and we've been supporting it ever since. So Tom, thank you, and Ted for your leadership in this. I've had long talks with Brian Anderson too, the CEO of Chamber RVA, And we've looked at this project as connecting opportunities between the two regions if we work together and if we leverage the collective impact towards 4 big buckets. And this is how Brian and I look at it. First of all, it's about economic development, right? You look at economic development, that's what our chambers do. Look at the mission statements for both chambers. We're about setting the conditions for businesses to succeed. We're about enhancing the economy in the region. But economic development, to us, is about creating jobs, right? And there's really only 4 ways to create jobs. One way is to set the conditions so that businesses are so successful they have to create jobs, hire people to meet the demands of their customers. Second is through business attraction. If you combine the 2 regions, and Tom knows the numbers better than I, but if you combine the 2 regions into one mega region, you get site selection consultants to start looking at you, and the opportunity to bring businesses in are even greater. And the third has to do with entrepreneurship. We want to ensure that we have innovation to allow entrepreneurs to create jobs here in the region. 5 specific areas, and I see that John is moving me along here really rapidly. I apologize. I'm off script. I apologize for that. Priscilla knows I seldom stay on script. First of all, it's supporting members. You heard Polly talk about how many companies, this is just a few of the multiple companies that really already see this as one region. Second, it's about setting the conditions for businesses to succeed. And again, it's the power of collective impact, ensuring that all the conditions are met, that businesses have what they need as far as the infrastructure, as far as the business climate in order to be a success. Third, it's about advancing our legislative agendas. We don't talk enough about this, and I really think we need to talk more about the importance of coming together from a legislative perspective. You know, we've got about 32 members of the General Assembly in the Hampton Roads region. I don't know how many are in Richmond, but if you think about combining those and getting a joint legislative agenda, you can really start creating that pro-business environment that is so important to our economy and our businesses here in the region. It drives innovation. You know, Cliff talked about Williamsburg being in the middle here, but look at all that's going on in the peninsula right now as far as innovation and technology. Look at what's going on in Richmond. Look at what's going on in Hampton Roads. If we were to combine that and partner with our colleges and universities, I think the potential would be exponential. And you see some quotes here about how collaboration drives innovation. I learned a long time ago, well before I took over president of the Hampton Roads Chamber, that you get more done if you collaborate, if you partner, if you work together with other like-minded organizations. And that's what this is all about, two regions collaborating. The fifth is we got to remain competitive. You know, my dad taught me a long time ago that success leaves clues, right? Success leaves clues. Successful regions now are mega regions, and there is just a significant data to substantiate that. You see here, we had our guest speaker, Jonathan Barnett, last year. You see some quotes from him. Mega regions is not only the way of the future, it's the way of now. That's how successful regions are operating now. One example, next slide, is the Cascada mega region in Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia. You see some what's going on there. Next slide. But this is what's really impressive to me. You've got a mega region that's developing in the Northwest that's 450 miles long. And they are collaborating, working together. They're intentful about what they're doing. Virginia Beach to Richmond is what, about 100 miles. So why aren't we doing it? If they can do it at 450 miles, why can't we do it with a simple 100 miles? Next slide. So with that, again, I want to welcome you, and I'll turn it back over to John Martin. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you for your leadership, and Polly for yours, and all that the chambers do for our mega region. So I'm going to take you on a rocket docket here, and I'm going to tap into a number of sources, the Go Virginia study being a primary one, but just some of the work that we're looking at as a company, the Institute for Tomorrow and the U.S. Census, to give you a sense of defining our mega region today and the opportunity for tomorrow. And so let's start with today and just think about our combined regions. When you put them together, they actually put us in another league in terms of size, population, in terms of workforce. So right now, the population size, the Richmond MSA is 45th largest MSA in the country, and Hampton Roads is the 37th. Together, we're the 19th largest. So we're in the top 20 of all regions across the country. And then if you look at workforce and you combine the workforce numbers from 2020 of workers in both markets, we're at 1.4 million. Well, that's significant because when you start looking at some of the cities that we compete against, some of the regions we compete against, like Nashville, Charlotte, and Denver, and they're growing like crazy, it puts us in the same conversation that we have a real compelling workforce argument. Number two, though, is we're not growing as fast. And I think we all know this, and the most recent census numbers really confirm this. When you start to look at the annual growth, the population growth, and the workforce growth projected out for the next 10 years, you see those fast-growing jurisdictions that we know we're in the conversation with: Raleigh and Nashville and Charlotte, Denver. And if you look down at our combined numbers, it's it's just not where we want it to be. I'm not saying that population growth and workforce growth is the most important measure, but it certainly is an important indicator. And so those cities at the top of the list are growing 3-4 times faster than Richmond and Hampton Roads and combined. Number three, while our industry and occupation mix are diverse, and you like that to be a little recession-proof, we do have some limited advantages. We don't have a preponderance of categories that we're really just crushing it and really own in terms of the whole country. There's a lot to look at on this one slide, but it's really showing you in terms of the projection to 2030 about industry clusters. You want to be in the upper right quadrant where it's high salaries, high paying jobs, and then categories that are growing. And so we've got some. This is looking at the mega region going out 10 years, financial services, professional services, healthcare, and consumer services. But everybody has these, right? Every city. So this is like growing with the economy. It's not bad. It's great that we have them, but everybody needs to start thinking about specialization. How can we have some categories that just we own? The same with occupations and looking at what's projected for the next 10 years, information technology, human services, health sciences. Terrific, but we got to really look at the data and drill down and identify some niches, some opportunity areas that we have a preponderance of people. And the way you look at it in economic development is an LQ score, location quotient, that we have an LQ score over 1, that we have more people in our location than the rest of America or the cities that we compete against, the regions we compete against. So it's really an important kind of distinction to think about. So looking at our top 20 industries in our whole category and our whole innovation corridor combined, we see shipbuilding and boat repair. I've never seen an LQ score of 24 in my life, except in this case. I mean, there are not many other cities that build ships, right? But what we got to start doing, and I know we're doing it, and I think Nancy's here, we're thinking about how do we bring innovation on steroids to the marine industry, the blue-green economy, and think about it in a whole new way of creating jobs. And then national security, 5.19 IQ LQ score is amazing. And I think that was a Freudian slip. It is an IQ score because these guys are really important and really smart. So we've got to think about how do we leverage this as one of our advantages. And going on down, non-depository credit intermediation, I think Capital One helps a lot here. Giving us a really high score, LQ score. But then looking at the occupations as well, and back to that point on the marine economy, it's a lot of jobs, so it makes the whole mega region have a preponderance of these jobs, and it's just a huge opportunity for us. And then information systems analyst and computer and information research scientist, again, a 2.5 LQ score is, my economic development friends will say, you have a significant advantage. You have a preponderance of people in that industry. Because when another company comes, they want to know that there's a workforce there for them. So that's really what LQ gets you to. One of our challenges, a big kind of headwind, is we have a talent retention challenge. And so this is looking at some of the comparative cities from the data that we analyzed from Jobs EQ. And we looked at the folks from these different regions who stayed or returned, so they've got them, and the ones that have left. And you see Philadelphia's got a great number, 61% have stayed or returned and only 40% left. But look at where we are, it's about 50-50. And so we got to think about this and understand where are our college graduates? And this chart shows you the alumni, people that went to school in the corridor, that went to a higher education institution in the I-64 innovation corridor, and where are they today? And you can see, look at the bachelor's or higher, and you can see 23% are in Virginia Beach, Norfolk region, and then look at the Richmond MSA, 21%. But look at Washington. Washington, that's our enemy. They're the guys that are really taking our kids and our young graduates. And then the rest are just spread out across the country. So there is a great tailwind, though. Quality of life is becoming a workforce draw. And this is, I think, we're starting to see more and more data confirm this, that the larger cities are losing some of the population gains that they've had over the last decade. And the green dots are the ones that are actually hot cities that people are moving to. And so we have some green dots in our corridor, and it's great there. And it really gets to, how do we tell our story? Because we have a remarkable quality of life here. And we're starting to see articles that point to, in this case, Richmond as a really attractive market for tech workers and adjacent tech workers. But we've got to really up our game. And this requires resources. And I know from all the studies that we do as a company for different entities in both markets, people don't know us outside of this area. And you go up in the Northeast, it's hard for them to even put Hampton Roads on a map. And so we've got to tell our story better because the competition is fierce. West Virginia, when COVID hit, started running this advertisement, $12,000 if you come here. We're going to give you all these benefits. And this is on top of all the people advertising before COVID saying, come here and we'll give you $10,000. Come here and we'll give you $15,000. It's all because of demographics. We're not going to have as many young people in the future. And so this workforce crisis isn't going away. And so this is just something for us to keep in mind, that the competition is fierce. And I can tell you personally how fierce it is. My firm has 20 people. Ohio is stalking 3 of them. They send them emails and videos and postcards saying, come to Ohio, we have all these jobs for you. It's almost like I got to look through the mail every day to say, stop courting my people. And if I just have 20 people, imagine what it's like for really big companies. So it's just out there. So what does this mean for the corridor? Well, I could talk all day about this, and we want to get more and more organized around a strategic plan for the corridor, but we got to create our mega region story. And we have to do it for Doug Smith and Jennifer Wakefield and all the people in the economic development industry. Said, here's, when you get into a conversation, here's how to talk about the mega region when it makes sense. It's not our job to do this. We'll never have the budget to advertise and really promote the mega region, but we want to organize the arguments for these guys to use. So our argument is that the tech industry is exploding. Moore's law, it used to be the number of transistors on a chip doubled every 1.8 years, and now it's like a year. And so where is this going? Well, it's either a good or a bad Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, depending upon what you like with Arnold. But it's about computers has taken over and repairing themselves and getting smarter and connecting. It's just unbelievable what we're about to see. And on top of that, the data explosion. And you can look at any kind of number, but you're going to hear from Vinay and some other experts. It is off the charts where we're headed. And so how are we going to manage that to our advantage? And how are we going to be secure with where we're headed, with everybody having one of these powerful phones and social media and unbelievable. And even in our own region with the supercomputer at Jeff Lab, it's just phenomenal what's ahead. So the next battleground is going to be innovation corridors. And I want you to understand, to the north, the Greater Washington Partnership is somebody that's just like RVA 757 Connects. It's almost like our sister group. And we're going to have them come and speak at one of our next events so you guys can meet and hear them. We're fortunate Bob Blue is on our board and also on the board of the Greater Washington Partnership. So they have drawn a line in the sand to say they want to be about attracting tech and adjacent tech talent and everything they're doing in certifications and apprenticeships and all that. They've got companies and higher educational institutions saying that's what we're going to be about. The same with North Carolina, just looking to our south, and I'm so tired of them beating us. And I'm talking about from Richmond. I mean, they got the airport on us, then they got the banks, and then they got NASCAR Hall of Fame. So they're not going to beat us on this one, but their plan is to move the Research Triangle out to the east and to the west and really make it a corridor across North Carolina. So read their plan. I mean, it's really bold and it's really public. So when you think about everything that's swirling around, we've got to put a stake in the sand and said, you know what, we're innovative here. So we're calling ourselves the I-64 Innovation Corridor, and VA is by design is where we're located. But you know, it's more than tech. So we have a great tech story, and this is just a partial list of all of the tech-oriented startups and associations and businesses and RVA and 757, and this list could go through 5 slides. But it's not just about the tech companies. What Air Position's about, and really kind of on this quality of life idea, is to be more than a technology corridor, to be this innovation corridor that's a model of sustained resiliency across every sector. And I'm going to read this to you because it's so important, and this is what I want you to take home as your headline. Here we continuously hyperconnect, collaborate, share, and create new ways to deliver business opportunities, scientific breakthroughs, world-class health and welfare, military advancements, artistic endeavors, equitable social and economic opportunities, and an exceptional quality of life for the 3 million residents who live, work, learn, and play here. We're more than tech, and we want to be a place where people choose to come and live because this great quality of life and the way we treat each other here, where we really are a big tech community. Number 2, we have to grow jobs and keep focused on, I think, 4 really primary clusters that have been identified by our economic development organizations. I just went through some of those transcendent trends, but the population is going to increase. We're going to have to keep shipping goods. The explosive growth of aging. I mean, we're going to get an increase in people over 65 all the way to 2060. So it's not just boomers. It's amazing when you look at that and what that means for the healthcare category. And then exponential growth in data, and then data threats and cybersecurity. So these are 4 industries that the Go Virginia study has identified as really opportunity clusters. And the good news is that the economic development guys are on these in a big way. If you look at their target list for both Richmond region and the Hampton Roads region, these are the clusters. These 4 are in both. And talked to Doug Smith and Jennifer Wakefield, and they said, yes, we realize we have a slight advantage in some of these with the LQ that I referenced before, and we really are focused on these. And so this is the idea of with the marine industry is like, how do we carve out some uniqueness? Yes, let's ride healthcare and financial services, but there's also an opportunity with some of these clusters. And then we have to keep our talent here. We have to keep our talent here. I tell you, when you look at these 4 clusters, we're educating the right people here, but they're leaving. So it's not a question of getting our universities aligned to these clusters. It's a question of getting more jobs going here and keeping people here. So remember Philadelphia and how well they're doing? Well, about a decade ago, maybe a little bit longer ago, they were having a trouble with brain drain. So they created this Campus Philly idea, and they have turned around the numbers. They were seeing their graduates go off to Boston and New York. So they put this in place and really educated the people that were juniors and seniors in college and said, this is what Philadelphia offers, and put up internships and apprenticeships, and they turned around their brain drain. And I think that's what we can do. And we have 2 organizations that have been stood up that Go Virginia helps sponsor, RVA Now and Campus 757. And these groups are just getting going, but they deserve our support because this is part of what we need to do. And the last thing is this idea of building the digital infrastructure. This is a huge opportunity for us. There's a white paper I hope everybody in this room has read. And if you haven't, there's going to be a link to it, but becoming a global internet hub. And we're going to spend a lot of time on this today. Internet hubs are where carrier networks and social networks and cloud services and content delivery networks and IT service, it's where they conjugate, is where they decide to be, and they really meet in what are these internet exchange, huge buildings, and sometimes a collection of buildings that are connected. And where they meet becomes an internet hub, and all the NFL cities are internet hubs, and the benefits are tremendous for that location. In terms of the community, the benefits to serving the underserved, but having faster connections to make you a smart city or a smart region. And the business advantages are just faster, more reliable internet, lower latency. But the bigger benefit is that you're part of something really huge. You're part of this being a leading edge hub where all the latest thinking is happening. And if you aren't a hub, I think you're going to fall behind as we move forward in a tech-driven world. So they're large internet hubs, and they're super large ones, and there's even a designation to be in a global internet hub. And we're going to hear from some folks today that helped put Marseille on the map. And that's what's the most exciting thing, that we actually have an opportunity to join this list. The criteria for success is that these 10 items, and when you talk to the international community, they say that Richmond and Hampton Roads and combined we're well on the way to really delivering on much of this criteria. Two of the stars of this are those 3 cables, soon to be 4, that come ashore at Virginia Beach, and then this network access point, or NAP, this incredible facility in Henrico County that you're going to hear Anthony talk about. It's the world's 4th largest integration center. So these are the 2 sort of the ends of our mega region, but as Cliff said, in between there are all kinds of data centers and dark fiber, and maybe Aubrey will express some points about that. But it's just tremendous what we have here. So we're not trying to become the next Ashburn in Loudoun County. So don't think that. They've got 70% of the traffic. What we're trying to become is the center for the fastest, most diverse and resilient internet traffic to Europe, South America, and Africa. 90% of Facebook's posts and traffic is outside of America. We're just in this digital world, and we got to play in it. So I want you to think about this. I love to fish, and when I go fishing, I look to see where there's like a pallet floating, because I go up to that pallet, I know there are little minnows around the pallet, and then right 5 feet away, they're bigger fish, and then 25 yards away, they're bigger fish, and that's where I catch fish. So that's the strategy here. I want you to think about these networks and data centers are just the first step. And they really attract a lot of tech talent, and then companies are attracted to that talent, and then success fuels this momentum. And that's where we are. We're at those first 2 stages, and we can be something really transformative leaning into this topic. So that leads me to our speaker sponsor comments, and I'm going to call on Aubrey Lane. Aubrey is the Senior Vice President, Chief of Staff now for Centera. He doesn't need any introduction, but we all know Aubrey was the Secretary of Finance, and before that, Secretary of Transportation, and we are just so delighted that he is now on the executive committee of RVA 757 Connects. So, Aubrey.
Well, good morning. It is great to be here today. I have to admit, I'm having to get used to talking to business people instead of legislators. 2 things, you actually understand what I'm saying is one, but probably more importantly is the fact that you're all in the room pulling for a common goal. And I think that is going to be key to some of the things we're talking about today. Before I get started, I do want to say again, happy to be back in Hampton Roads, happy to be with Centera. And we're very proud to be today's sponsors. Several of my colleagues with me today, John DiGratola from Optima, and Andy Stevenson and Keenan Caldwell from our government affairs are here today. But as I said, we are proud to sponsor that as the state's largest healthcare provider, but also the state's largest employer that is based in Virginia. We're second in the state behind Walmart, but with over 28,000 employees, we are now the largest employer based in the state. With our 12 hospitals, and I'll move this forward here, with our 12 hospitals and our medical groups and our multiple outpatient centers that we have, this is not only supporting the 28,000 colleagues that work for us directly, but 63,000 total jobs. A couple of points I'd point out up here, really proud that we cover over 900,000 lives through our health plans, and 600,000 of those are related to Medicaid. And therefore, obviously, these are some of the people most deserving, needy in our community that we're able to support. Now, having said that, though, I mentioned we have 12 hospital providers and all the people that work for us. COVID-19 has taken a toll on our communities across the Commonwealth. And early on, we saw the pandemic compounded existing healthcare issues and triggered new public health crises. And you've seen this in many of your companies having to deal with that. So that's why at Centera, we've refocused on keeping those not only served healthy, but also not just within inside our walls, but outside of when you come in to see us. Now, we think we can do that in lots of different ways, but as John described, this innovation quarter is more about than just tech. It's innovation beyond tech. It's about innovation across all industries, including obviously healthcare, important to us, but sectors that impact the aspects of lives of our communities to create more healthy communities so our people can flourish. Now, I've had the privilege of living both in Hampton Roads and in Richmond, and had the privilege of working in both those areas to try to improve the livelihood of the citizens in those areas. And I think working together, they can be much greater than working individually. Both Hampton Roads and Richmond have strong cultures and communities, but I think if we can bring them together, they will flourish, and that will offer much more opportunity in the future. Now, Centera, what that means to us is sharing and working together not only to deliver healthcare, but impact those livelihood items that impact health outside of our walls. 80% of your health is determined before you come see us. If you come see us, we're going to take good care of you, but we also think we should also reach out as a community asset and help those before they get into our walls, into our practices. Now, we can do this through connectivity, which is what our RVA 757 is all about. And before I get into that, we haven't mentioned it before, but I think it's also about physical connectivity. A couple of things I had an opportunity to work on when I was Secretary of Transportation. Bob Crum will probably throw something at me. We developed HR TAC, the Accountability Transportation Accountability Commission, but that really allowed us to have some revenues to widen Interstate 64. So that made it physically able to get goods and services up and down the interstate. Yes, I know we have 29 miles. My wife reminds me that. I would just bring that to the attention of the next Secretary of Transportation. But no, understand that that has to be done. Also, connecting the Port of Virginia to the Richmond Port. John Reinhardt here, we had the pleasure of working with him. And that not only allowed goods, but also services, taking stuff off the highways, putting on the barge service. But it really solidified the relationship between the capital of the Commonwealth and Hampton Roads. And if you look at regions, what's one of the first things that Tom brought to my attention, those regions that flourish are usually connected to a capital and the seat of government. Doesn't have to be, but have that. And you connect that to a port, we really have some great opportunities here. I'd point out to though, we're going to hear from one of our speakers later about this, they were both public-private partnerships. And that's going to be a key of how we move forward here. And I know we're going to hear a little bit more about that as we move forward. Now, in addition to the physical connectivity and all the things we can do in our companies, we've also got to prepare people to be able to work and help them have those advantages to support these industries we come up. And so that's why Centera invests in what we call Centera Cares, things such as Virginia Ready, where supporting the effort to respond to the surge in unemployment, allowing people to get started with our community colleges in regards to that, helping them get a job. Centera's partnership with EVMS and how we work hand in hand to train talent in the healthcare communities and other communities to help develop those professions that we need in the future. And of course, we partner with BCU. I know there's a couple of representatives here from BCU, not only in our premier healthcare plan, but in other things in terms of collaborating on the health in this particular quarter. But it also needs to start before we get to people our age. And so with that, we have a team with Junior Achievement, where we're offering mentorships and learning the opportunities to people in high school to understand what jobs are going to be available in the future. You know, most of those people are going to work in a job that doesn't exist today. And so that's why we've got to start early. We have a collaboration with EVMS and the Norfolk Academy of Medical Scholars program, where we offer in the high schools the ability to get into some of these life technical jobs that will be provided in the future. Of course, we are our summer camps. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, I know Brian Hemphill-Hill, the president of Old Dominion, the new School of Public Health, EVMS, Old Dominion, and Norfolk State University coming together to put an emphasis on public health, because when you attract business to the area, they ask about schools and they ask about healthcare. And so we've got to make sure we're providing public health in there. And of course, we like to collaborate with all our partners across here. And just a couple points before we get to the speakers here. I mentioned Centera Cares. This is just a little slide of obviously the indigent care, the investments we make in taking care of those who can't. But I'm really proud of the fact that we've invested $50 million. That's the first investment of taking and directly putting back into our communities. I have the pleasure of working with Anna James and her team and others here as we develop those partnerships that can help homelessness, help food insecurity, those things that will help the workforce of the future to be better in that. So very proud of the things that Centera is doing, and proud to be a sponsor today and be a part not only as a sponsor, but as an economic engine, Centera with its employees and what we bring to the community, but also helping the communities as we try to move forward in what the future may hold. Before we move on to the speakers here, just a closing point of some of the things that have been mentioned. It was mentioned, I think John did, that we're not growing as fast as some other regions. A lot of that, and I like to call this, unfortunately, a drug, and that's federal and defense spending. We are blessed by that, but we are cursed by that. And there was an article in the paper this morning that while we've increased, I think it was 47% over the last decade, other areas outside the country had increased almost a third quicker. Now, part of that's because we're so large, we're number 2. According to this, sometimes we're number 1. But I've seen it when it was not good for us. Remember sequestration and what that meant? And of course, the last few years, it's been great. All the money that's been pumped in because of COVID has helped support these areas. But we have to understand that that cannot be a crutch for doing other things. And I think the mega region concept will help us do that. The last thing I'll point out, and this is more the nuts and bolts of the political reality that we're in. If you look at the leadership in Richmond, I'm talking about with the exclusion of this governor, but the next governor, the attorney general, the lieutenant governor, not saying who's going to win this race, but the top Senate leaders in the majority parties, the House Chairman Appropriations, the Senate Finance Chair are all from Northern Virginia. Now, that matters only because we're going to have to do these public-private partnerships. And I'm not saying they're up there setting about how they're scheming against us, but they are elected from their own regions. And the default is, and we need to understand that political reality because that's the way decisions are made. And so I think, again, if we can pull together, we mentioned not only the Hampton Roads Caucus, but the Richmond Caucus, pulling together, the more we can act together, the better it's going to be for this particular region. So again, thanks for having Centera and Optima here today. We are proud to be sponsors of this program. What comes next is I'm going to take a few minutes and introduce the 3 speakers we're going to have. We have some very talented individuals that are going to bring a perspective on how things are happening outside of this country. First of all, we have Vinay Nagpal. He's actually based in Northern Virginia, but he's a consultant all over the world. He's the president of Interglobix, and he's been the chairman of the Northern Virginia Technology Council, the data center and cloud community. He's the executive director and founding member of IEIC. But as again, the point here is he's seen how this has worked not only in this country, but across and consulted with people across the globe. We have Mike Hollins, who is from the UK, but has been very instrumental in working with the Port of Marseille. He's a senior director in market development of Interaction, a digital realty company. And again, he has been instrumental in helping building this internet hub in Marseille. And finally, we have Alexandra Antonakis from Marseille, responsible for studies, cooperation, and partnerships with the Grand Maritime Port of Marseille. John, I think we need to add Grand Maritime to the Port of Virginia. But but he's going to bring the importance of public-private partnerships and how this comes to fruition. So what we're going to have is the 3 speakers first talk. I think it'd be best to have them let them go through their presentations, and then we'll have time for you guys to ask questions. And one housekeeping item, you'll have to come up and speak at a microphone. This is being taped, so they can hear you when you ask your question. We'll have that ready for you after here. But let's first of all turn this over to Vinay and hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Aubrey. Thank you, Aubrey. Hello, everyone. My name is Vinay Nagpal. Really appreciate the opportunity here to be with all of you today. As Aubrey said, right, I mean, the success of any region hinges upon the collaboration, both on the public-private sector side, which is very important. I've been in the data center industry for the last 26 years, mostly centered around wholesale data centers, interconnection services. And the topic of my presentation today is the promise of becoming a global internet hub. You know, when John first asked me to present, and as I've gotten to know John, I really applaud and appreciate all the effort that him and RVA 757 has put in place to really bring together, you know, the different communities and regions in terms of working towards a common goal. You see on my first slide, this is one of my favorite pictures. It's actually an actual picture of the Maria subsea cable, which was the first subsea cable to land on the Commonwealth of Virginia. This happened in fall of 2017 and was you know, triggered by Microsoft, Facebook, and Telxius, a Spanish telecommunications company. This cable system has been instrumental in sort of triggering and being a catalyst of all the growth that has been happening in our region when it comes to internet infrastructure and additional services that we'll talk about in this presentation. And we have some guests from Europe as well. But if you look at what's happening around us, right, I mean, it's very, very evident how the internet traffic has been growing, how the use of data by us has increased significantly. If you look at the last 5 years, the internet traffic itself has actually increased 5 times over. And unfortunately, given you know, the way the last year and a half has been, there's been significant increase in the amount of data that's been both produced, consumed by us collectively, right? And the ironical part is that 90% of all the data that exists today was created in the last 2 years. So where things are headed, by end of next year, 4.1 billion people are expected to be online. And when you look at you know, some of the newer technologies, whether it's edge data centers, 5G, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, you see their applications in numerous ways, whether it's connected homes, connected cars, connected communities, and all of that is going to result in this 20 to 30 billion devices, which are going to be connected to the internet by end of next year. When we look at the global data center industry, right, we've seen the expansion happening globally. It's projected by 2023 to be $174 billion. And by 2025, the world will generate over 255 zettabytes of data every year. So what does a zettabyte of data mean? So I'm right now projecting from my laptop. Typical laptop has 1 terabyte of hard drive. That's 1 billion terabytes is 1 zettabyte. So 255 billion hard drives is equivalent to that amount of data that's going to be generated every year, 2025 onwards. If you look at some of the key trends, you know, I mentioned about the Maria subsea cable with Microsoft and Facebook, but really when you look at, you know, when we use Facebook, when we use Gmail, when we use Office 365, all of these applications reside in the cloud. At the end of the day, the cloud is in a data center, and you need robust connectivity, hence the fiber optic cables to get data from point A to point B. So we have noticed that the hyperscalers have been investing very consistently over the last several years in subsea cables. Today, 35 and counting subsea cables have investments from these hyperscalers, which offer them high capacity, low latency connectivity. Globally, data centers consume roughly around 3% of the world's electricity. And by 2030, that number is expected to go up to 13%. We hear initiatives from Dominion Energy in terms of the renewable, like for example, the coastal wind project off of Virginia Beach, the solar panel project. I mean, those are key for us as an industry to move forward from a sustainability perspective. And the capacity itself, Anthony is going to share more in his presentation when he talks about the capacity of these subsea cables. And these are state-of-the-art systems that are put in place as new systems. And that's where the sustainability is key and capacity is key. And you see on the chart, which shows all the various subsea cables around the world. Moving on to the next slide. So what is the importance of subsea cables? According to FCC, 99.7%, I repeat, 99.7% of all data traverses on subsea cable systems, which is pretty phenomenal if you think about it. The map you see is generated by a telecommunications company that specializes in these subsea cable systems and mapping them around the world. And it's incredible to see that these systems have existed for 163 years and roughly represent 1.2 million kilometers, which is enough to go around the Earth 94.17 times. And these systems are so crucial that they are representing $10 trillion worth of transactions every day. And to put it in perspective, it's triple of what the US spends on healthcare annually. And it's actually greater than the combined GDP of Japan, Germany, and Australia. This is another FCC statistic. So it gives you a perspective of why these subsea cables are important, how they are a catalyst of economic growth for region and globally. Moving on to the next slide, John talked a little bit about global internet hubs in his opening remarks, right? If you look at where these hubs are today, and telegeography has qualified these with a very rigorous process in terms of what is qualified as a global internet hub. And you notice that Europe, in addition to the FLAP locations, which is Frankfurt, London, Amsterdam, Paris, has Marseille, which has come up over the last 5 to 6 years pretty rapidly. And then the other interesting thing is that 8 out of these 10 locations are seaports. So it's very obvious that the importance of being a hub for the internet, you have to have the subsea cables that are landing there, which become a catalyst for growth. And hence, my initial comment about the Maria cable, which is the first subsea cable to land in the Commonwealth of Virginia in 2017. So what happened before 2017? If you look at the next slide, it actually shows you the representation of the US prior to 2017. I think we've moved forward a couple of slides. If you can move back, please. One more slide. If you can move back. Yes, thank you. So this slide here shows that before 2017, the subsea cables and the landings were happening either in New York, New Jersey, or in Florida. So in other words, if from Virginia you had to send international traffic, it's either got to be routed through up north to New York, New Jersey, through one of the cable landing stations, or down south through Florida. And what you see there on the right-hand side, the list of 10 locations, is the local peering interconnection hubs. Interestingly enough, as you notice, these locations are not known by who owns them or operates them, but more about their addresses. Why? Because these are important peering locations where internet traffic is exchanging from one network to the other, where Facebook, Microsoft, Google are exchanging traffic amongst one another. And why these cables are important to Virginia. Moving on to the next slide, John talked about the 3 cables and the 4th one coming. So this map here represents the 3 systems that are active and operational today. Microsoft, Facebook, Google, all are part of these systems. And the 4th one that's being put in place in the works as we speak. The Confluence system, which is on the far right of this slide, is actually another very interesting, although it's domestic, But the key value proposition of this is that it's an alternative to the I-95 corridor. If you look at most of the long-haul fiber today, it exists on the I-95 Amtrak corridor going up and down the East Coast. And this system here, starting from New York, New Jersey, with a branching unit in Virginia, is going to go all the way till Miami, offering that diversity, offering additional scalability as well. Coming back to Virginia, if you look at Henrico, right, and there's a variety of data centers when it comes to wholesale, retail, and enterprise data centers. The key difference at a high level is John talked about the QTS Richmond NAP, which is world's fourth largest data center. You see the picture at the bottom right-hand side. Facebook recently completed their phase 1 deployment of a mega campus they're building in Henrico. So these are large wholesale facilities where you have sea of servers and compute in these facilities that is storing your content, your Facebook pages, and your Gmail and your Google Cloud application, so on and so forth. The retail data centers like Flexential, EdgeConneX, Pixel Factory are more relatively smaller sites where they're offering colocation to other enterprise customers. Now, these enterprise customers, as we see here on the right-hand side of the slide on the top, have their own data centers as well, such as Bank of America, Capital One. And yes, they are moving to the cloud. Yes, they're moving to a colocation environment, but it's all happening in parallel as their compute environment is being moved to a cloud environment. They're choosing to go hybrid. So you see different configurations that are taking place across the world. To build a thriving interconnection ecosystem, what are the key ingredients, right? So we talked about subsea cables already. Essentially, if you look at the slide here, you have carrier neutrality is extremely important. So you want to give customers the ability to choose a network provider of their choice. Why? If one is down, the traffic is automatically routed to the other one. If, for example, one route fails, they have route diversity. So there's physical diversity, route diversity, logical diversity. That is extremely important in today's day and age where data is extremely crucial, and accessing that data is even more important when it comes to accessing it quickly, accessing it with low latency. So an ecosystem of interconnection comprises of subsea cables, terrestrial fiber networks, content distribution networks such as Akamai, Limelight, and other software-defined networks. These are different types of network providers who are coming to a data center, offering their services, interconnecting with each other. An internet exchange point plays a very significant role in that interconnection, which I'll talk about in the next few slides in terms of for our region. So we were fortunate towards the end of last year to have DKIX, which is world's leading internet exchange provider. If we move on to the next slide, deploy an exchange in the Richmond region. As you can see on this slide, what that exchange did pretty much overnight for us is connected Richmond and our region to the rest of the world. Why is that important? Because you have instant connectivity to multiple regions around the world. You have high scalability and low latency, and in a fully open, carrier neutral, data center neutral environment. So that has been a key catalyst in the growth for an interconnection hub for our region. And why is DKIX important? What does it mean from an to have a major internet exchange? Just to give you a perspective, last year alone, if we move on to the next slide, the DKIX interconnection platform had 32 exabytes of data, volume of data passed through it. How much data is that? Again, I'll go back to my analogy of 1 terabyte of hard drive, right? If you're looking at 1 exabyte is 1,000 petabytes, 1 petabyte is 1,000 terabytes. So it's an enormous amount of data equivalent to having this call almost for 8 million years or having 32 million laptop worth of data. That's the amount of data that's traversing through these internet exchange points and exchanging traffic from one network to the other. Now, the NAP initiative has been so successful for us that Dr. Vint Cerf, moving on to the next slide, as one of the founders of the internet, as he's called as the father of the internet. He's been supporting the initiative, and he sees the region, the subsea cables, as a catalyst for growth, for economic growth and development of the region. In addition to the subsea cables, there is plan to have connectivity to additional countries from the greater Hampton Roads, Richmond region as well, have diversity to Europe, right? That's extremely important because this connectivity from our region is providing that diversity to South America, to Europe, and to Ashburn as well. And obviously, Ashburn is the leading data center market in the world, but from a connectivity perspective, the subsea cables is important where the traffic is being routed from. Back to Dr. Windsurf. So in these last few years, he's helped us form. When Aubrey was mentioning about IEIC, it's the Internet Ecosystem Innovation Committee. Moving to the next slide, which really is a global committee formed with the mission to diversify the internet and promote the interconnection hubs. And our region has become a prototype, a template that we are taking as a blueprint to other regions around the world and sharing our success stories. And you will see from the companies that are part of the board of this committee that it's very diversified from an industry standpoint. It's not just technology or not just subsea companies, but you see the end users, you see the enterprise company. As an example, if you look at Bank of America, the CEO of Bank of America has publicly stated that they're no longer a bank, they're a data company. Their reliance on data is so critical that the diversity of the internet, the diversification, the low latency, and the scalability is extremely, extremely vital to their business. So Marseille, right? So what triggered the growth of Marseille? We have some international speakers joining us who are going to talk more about it. But just to give you a glimpse, over the last 5 to 6 years, Marseille has evolved to be a role model, as I call it, for the landing of subsea cables, the data centers that are there. And you can see from this slide, it's not just the gateway to Europe, but really for the region around Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. It's become a major interconnection hub. And it's that convergence of data centers and subsea demonstrated on the next slide, as you see. If you can move on to the next slide, please. The different networks that are there connecting to 43 countries, it's been remarkable, and additional subsea cables are being planned. And as you can see on the next slide, it's a combination of data centers, subsea cable, a perfect example of public-private partnership that's happened between the Port of Marseille and Interaction, which is a digital realty company, which we'll hear more about here in a few minutes. So really, to summarize, right, our region actually is already on the global connectivity map, right? Based on the subsea cables, the interconnection hub, the DKIX exchange. The subsea cables have acted as a catalyst. The public-private partnership is the key to success. And the growth that we are seeing from an economic and business standpoint has been already great. And I think we're on the right track here for that to be a global internet hub. And in fact, the screenshot you see here is from a financial analyst firm where they're already comparing Richmond and our region to Marseille, as calling it the next Marseille. So speaking of which, I'm going to hand it over to Mike Hollins, who is joining us to talk about Marseille. By the way, this image here at the end is one, again, my favorite, where the subsea cable is being loaded up in a ship, and those people you see there are actually had to load this by hand and spool the cable, it's for thousands and thousands of kilometers as before the ship takes off. But nevertheless, I'd like to hand it over to Mike Collins, who's here with us to talk about Marseille. Mike, over to you.
Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. And thank you very much, Vinay, for that introduction. Let me attempt to use this technology and share my screen. Great. Hopefully you can see the presentation. So thank you, Vinay, for inviting me to present today. I'm just going to spend 15 minutes or so giving you some background and color to how Marseille has developed into a global internet hub over the last few years, the role that my company, Interaction, has played in that. But more importantly, I hope to put into context that we're only part of the jigsaw, and that the magic happens when multiple parties come together and invest in an aligned way. So Vinay has already hinted at the geographic reason for why Marseille was well placed to become a global internet hub. You can see here that the submarine cable systems that have been developed over time, connecting Africa, India, Asia to Europe, have found Marseille strategically and geographically a useful spot to connect into Europe because of its proximity to the key hubs at the time in London, Paris, Frankfurt, Amsterdam. So it was coming into the underbelly of Europe, if you like, and so it was a perfect spot for these cables to land. Also, the city was close to Northern Africa, and therefore, ideally located to serve countries such as Egypt, Algeria, and Tunisia. But a key thing to understand is that the role Marseille has played has evolved tremendously over the last few years and is continuing to evolve. Back in 2014, when Interaction first entered the market in Marseille, the location was a very important transit location. So subsea cables were arriving in the city, and terrestrial networks were taking that traffic onwards to Frankfurt, Amsterdam, and Paris. Nothing much else was happening in Marseille. It was a place for cables to interconnect with terrestrial networks, but that was it. Gradually, things began to change. And today, we call Marseille an interconnection hub, because rather than take traffic onwards to those other key locations, a lot of the traffic is now exchanged and manipulated within Marseille itself. And this is why we've seen 0 internet exchanges back in 2014 grow to 6 today. This is why we've seen 24 cloud and content networks deploy their caching nodes in Marseille. So these are companies such as Facebook and Twitter, Oracle, that are present in Marseille. And this is what we see continuing to happen over the next few years, that building on top of its role as an interconnection hub is this new dimension of the location becoming a place where the large cloud and content companies deploy multi-megawatt compute platforms into the city to take advantage of all the interconnectivity that we have. Subsea cables have played an absolutely key part in Marseille's growth. On the left-hand side, you see a table of the existing subsea cable systems that are already connected to Marseille. But the important point to note is that there's many new cables coming in the future. There's 7 new systems that have a planned RFS by 2024, and this will grow the amount of potential capacity in the city from the 220 that you see in the bottom of the table, the total there, to over 1,000 terabytes. So 1 petabyte of potential capacity will be coming and flowing through the city of Marseille. And traffic is very important, because that's what drives the growth in the network deployments and content deployments in our data centers. I mentioned the 7 submarine cable systems that will be landing in Marseille, and they are all public now. They've all reached a stage where they've communicated publicly their press releases about their intention to arrive. And, they range from the one that I list at the top here, Peace, connecting from China to Marseille, to Africa. The name speaks for itself. And Blue Raman is connecting India through the Middle East and onwards to Marseille. I won't give you the details of the rest, but you get the message. There's plenty more coming. One of the things that's important to keep attracting cables is to have suitable landing points for them in or near the city. And what this map is trying to show you is that there are multiple options for subsea cable operators to use, and multiple options is important so that they can ensure diversity and resilience. If someone has a lot of capacity on one cable landing at point A, generally speaking, when they are part of a second cable, they would like that cable to land at point B, a different location, to provide them with resilience. And you can see Marseille offers this option. In fact, some cables don't even physically land in the city of Marseille, but in cities nearby, like Toulon and Monaco. But with today's technology, the cable operators bring the cables ashore and then build terrestrial links, which are an integral part of their cable, and place the actual interconnection cable in Marseille. This is the case with 2 cable systems, CMOE 5 and EIG, that you see there. No one goes to Toulon to connect to the cable. The interconnection with the cable happens in Marseille. As well as having diverse landing points that the cable comes into the beach, it's also important to have diversity of data centers, physically separate locations with different power feeds. If one data center were to have an outage for some reason, the subsea cable providers liked being deployed in a second data center nearby that won't be impacted by that outage and allows them to keep their services up. And the blue circles on this map illustrate the carrier-neutral data centers that Interaction has established to ensure they have that data center diversity. Some pretty pictures for you now. Here are some of the data centers that we have built in Marseille. I'm showing you these pictures because I think it gives you a size of our investment, which is approximating 300 million euros. And you can see here that we converted one of those buildings, used to be a World War II submarine base built by the Germans. And converting it into a data center was quite a challenge. But fortunately, the job has been complete, and you now see here the finished result with which is now home to some of the major cloud companies, names of which you'll be very familiar with. Our part is to, in making Marseille a success, is to make sure, of course, that there's the capacity available to meet the demand for networks, cloud companies, internet exchanges, etc., so that when they want to come to the market, they're not blocked by the lack of available space. And so we consult very closely with all our customers and partners and ensure that we're building at the correct pace to keep ahead of the demand. So our 4th data center will be ready in mid next year, and we already have the land organized for our 5th, and so on. We're trying to keep ahead of the curve. I've shown you some pictures of data centers, but perhaps a way of better thinking about our business is that we're in the interconnection business. We facilitate interconnection. We allow our customers, cloud companies, internet exchanges, to interconnect with the networks that they need to. And this chart illustrates that while we build our data centers, which are illustrated on the map on the left, we also invest heavily to make sure that they're well interconnected and that we have a service that allows our customers on a portal to interconnect between one another, regardless of the data center that they go in. So the blue lines that you see here are our Metro Connect service. And while the investment may be relatively small in comparison to the data centers, it's actually a key part of the success of the city, ensuring that interconnection is fluid, smooth, and low cost. This is an eye chart. I don't expect you to read the details, but this chart perhaps summarizes the value proposition of the city in one slide. It lists all the members of the interconnection community that are present in the data center. This is why Marseille is becoming a bigger and bigger hub, because of the number of networks and content providers that can easily, by a simple cross-connect, interconnect with one another and carry out their business very efficiently. It's important, as Vinay said in his presentation, to have all the separate parts of this ecosystem in place for it really to work effectively. And unfortunately, over time, that is what has happened in Marseille. One key thing about Marseille's success is the support and vision that has been provided by the public authorities. And this is no better demonstrated than this picture I'm showing you here, which is a recent visit to our data centers by France's Minister of the Environment and Minister for Digital Transformation. So what we are doing in Marseille has the highest possible visibility and support from the government in France, and this provides great framework within which we can operate. Having just shown you a picture of the Minister of Environment, I didn't want to miss the opportunity to point out that when we do build facilities in Marseille, we have taken care to try and be as environmentally responsible as possible. And this has been done by using what we call our river cooling project. It's an underground river that goes near our data centers that I've shown you the pictures of, and we are using the underground water to help cool the data center, meaning that we have to use less cooling equipment that would normally use electricity, and instead we're using the natural resources of the cool water in the underground river. And playing our part in the environmental issues helps, of course, to gain the support and alignment of the authorities that I discussed on the previous slide. What I'm now showing you here is actually 3 pictures that I had on my iPhone this week. The first one on the left-hand side is a picture I took myself at a conference event in London that took place. And it's there to these pictures are here to depict a point I'm trying to make, that interaction, we only play one part in making the magic happen. So this picture I took of Terra Alpha, they're a subsidiary of the rail network in France, and they have now built a brand new fiber route along the railway tracks to Marseille, and they were promoting it at this event in London. This adds greatly to the proposition of Marseille, because there are plenty of other routes, 3 or 4 different routes going out of Marseille already, but getting a brand new fiber route for our customers to use out of Marseille is like gold dust. It's a great addition, one more solution to the problem everyone's seeking to resolve, which is resilience. They want to make sure they have as many diverse options for sending their traffic as possible. The second picture in the middle, that is a picture that was taken and sent to me last week by a colleague who was observing the landing of the Peace submarine cable system in Marseille. So the cable was being brought ashore, hundreds of millions of pounds of investment by the partners on the Peace submarine cable system, and that was taking place. And then not long after that, I got sent another picture by our operations director in Marseille, showing me the latest picture of the building that's taking place, our 4th data center in Marseille. And what these 3 pictures try to illustrate is the importance of different parts of our industry making investments that are aligned, well-timed. By sharing information with one another, we knew the dates that this cable was due to land and go live. So we're planning, in a good manner to have capacity available to handle all the new business that cable will attract. So that perhaps is the key takeaway, is the need for collaboration and alignment in order to make a location become something that's a standard transit location into a global interconnection hub. Now, there's no one that has collaborated and helped us more in Marseille than the Port Authority. But actually, I remember I have one more slide to mention before I introduce Alexandre. I've talked a lot about Marseille on this slide, and it's very easy for us to get hung up about a particular location. But what this simple slide is trying to show you is that the wrong way for us to go about things is to keep thinking of Marseille as a destination in its own right. The left-hand side would be that approach, and that's the wrong approach. The future that we're focusing on is on the right-hand side, where we realize that locations near Marseille also need to develop and offer diversity to our customers, but they all need to be interconnected back to Marseille, where the huge hub exists. But it's by working together with these other locations and creating an overall resilient approach for our customers that we believe everyone gets bigger, including Marseille. On its own, it would be fragile and subject to being a single point of failure. But if we follow the approach on the right, I see success for multiple locations. And my advice would therefore be in any planning of a location, not to think of it in its own right, but how it fits into the overall global internet infrastructure. So, having said that, I'd now like to introduce my very good colleague Alexander from the Port Authority of Marseille. We Interaction are tenants of the Port Authority. We built 3 data centers on land that they are responsible for. And we've worked very closely with them ever since 2014. So handing over now to Alessandro.
If you can hear me, I'm myself just new with this StreamYard technology. So I think now it should be okay. Is that okay for you? Can you see the presentation? The slideshow? Can you hear me? Hello? Sir? Does anyone can hear me?
We're going to try to reconnect.
Is that okay? Hello? Okay, so I hope you hear me. So first, concerning, I was just to talk about the strategic position of Marseille. But I think, to be honest, that Vinay and Mike just before me have been quite crystal clear on that matter. So I won't drive the nail and, for example, show you a map of the most strategic hub on the world, Marseille being for now the sixth above all, or concerning the cables connecting Europe and how they concentrate on Marseille, or what are the 15 cables landing now in Marseille, and what are the projects coming in the 5 next years, because I'm certain a lot of you just know about that. And not even tell you about the data centers already settled there, to talk you about numerous solicitations we have on the territory to welcome new players, because subsea cables call for data centers to settle there, and data center settling in the territory means more projects in terms of subsea cable. So allow me to make a short focus on the solution we developed in the Port of Marseille. Our purpose when deciding to enter the activity so new for the Port Authority was to propose a state-of-art solution based on the information we collected with our customers, in which interaction played a major role, of course. We then built 6 dedicated bores infrastructure, backed with optional additional services such as PFE, shelter, or cable landing station services. One being reserved in the 6 bores, one being reserved for redundancy. So physically, what it means on the field, you have on your left the 6 bore exit points with 20 meters distance in between each. Under the seawall, you have C-directional bores, half a kilometer length to connect to the terminal and the land. Then through the quay and under the terminal, you have separated bores connecting to beachman holes, 6 of them, each one being dedicated. Then you follow the path under the terminal to connect with the pool chambers, 6 of them, each one being dedicated. And then you get to the PFE shelter and terminal chamber, first terminal chambers, of course, and optional services such as PFE shelter or what you can imagine in a cable landing station. But building the infrastructure was not the whole of it. And we then understood then, that welcoming projects meant supporting them in, no bad pun, landing in Marseille. And that's the reason why, as said, our infrastructure being turnkey ready, we also congregate with the help of the State Department for Equipment, DDTM, all the state services involved in authorizing a cable landing project. And now we are leading surveys and a campaign to predetermine landing corridors and address any difficulties a cable operator might encounter to clear the land like a deminer might do. So first, we've been extending the no anchoring zone. And now we are defining pre-designed corridors in the 12 nautical miles area. So now, if you have a cable, a subsea cable to connect Europe, you are just welcome. Okay, so what are our forecasts till that matters? What are the next steps? We are about to complete the first phase. We have advanced negotiation with several operators and not far from making all the bores occupied. So we are launching a new phase in Marseille, similar to the first, which means 6 new balls to arrive on the market in maybe 2 or 3 years. But in the same time, we are wondering about the opportunity of connecting FOSS, because available lands in Marseille are few to welcome new data centers, and land is available in FOSS, also part of Marseille FOSS. And if you remember the map of Mike, one of the last slide he showed you, explaining that working in, let's say, a near area network with several cable landing possibilities and several data centers, villages, let's say, is the best model to for the years to come competition. FOSS can be an alternative to the Marseille location. So that's the reason why we are wondering on that and working on what could be the project. And this is now the egg or chicken thing, of course, because you have to propose strategic connection to drag a data center there. And you need to have major data centers, facilities, and players settled there to interest cable operators to connect there. But we are working on it. So time to address the question that was to be addressed here. Let's say that the question is why a territory might invest in subsea cables and data centers industry. Of course, probably in the States, there's no wonder about that. But in France, it's not that natural. And for example, it's not always well understood by the politicians how they can use and promote the data sector development to the citizen. And the answer to that is that data centers cable are to be considered as a geographical asset in the long term. Let's split it in 2 steps. The first step is economic development, because you drag major player in data services, and with them, the high-level industry, digital industry can follow. But as it is the first step is realized, it becomes a catalyzer for territorial attractivity with best-in-class connectivity and efficiency in data processing. For example, you can gain with banking services or things like that, just because you are so well connected and so efficient in data processing. Then you interest other sectors of the industry. And the reason, the question behind that is what about jobs? Because a lot of people say, okay, data centers, it takes land, but what about jobs? Few jobs, that's not the same thing in the classic industry and everything. But we have to bear in mind that in the coming years, we're going to develop something you can call like digital workers, because that state of the sector is not that developed for now, and services are to be more and more numerous, and workers to build these services and enhance their efficiency are to be recruited. Okay. So it's let's say a kind of gaining ground perspective we are trying to build with the territory and stakeholders in the territory. Okay, so let's come to Marseille. You are just welcome, either on interaction data centers, which the 4th is being built, as Mike said, and maybe we can think about the 5th or 6th, and in the port of Marseille, of course, where you can see cable landing in the coming weeks. Thanks, and I just hope it was not too hard to get me, and that you heard me.
We heard you, Alessandra.
Wow. Thank you. I was just lost in the desert. Okay, so I have to stop sharing my screen. Is that okay?
I believe there may be some questions for us to answer. I'm not sure.
How about now? Can the panelists hear us?
Yeah, we can.
Should I try this microphone up here?
I think one of us has to close his mic. Otherwise, we're going to have this time of a delay, which is nice in music, but not that good in keynotes.
Can you hear the questions?
Can you hear from this microphone?
Now we can. Aubrey, we could hear you earlier, but not the questions, but now we can hear the other microphone as well.
Okay, we'll try this again. And thank you for taking the time. Did you guys have a 5 or 10-year plan for this that you laid out, or did you just take advantage of opportunities as they presented themselves?
We had to have a 10-year plan. Basically, we would have been caught short for capacity if we didn't have a 10-year plan. The 5-year plan was perhaps the one that made most impact, but we had to have a 10-year plan, discuss with the port expansion areas that we could build new data centers. Fortunately, engaging with the subsea cable industry does require long-term planning. The projects can take 3 to 4 years from conception to delivery. But yeah, absolutely, this was a long-term plan, and it's one of the bits of advice I would give is the key people making the investments, whether in cables, data centers, or terrestrial networks, getting together and sharing their long-term plans, because that's when the magic happens.
Is anybody here?
I just to complete Mike's answer, as a port authority.
About the relationship between Marseille and Toulon, recognizing that we have cities that are about, or regions that are about similarly distanced. How did that relationship come into play?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you. You said the relationship between Marseille and
Toulon.
Oh, Toulon. Okay, so really that was the consortium cable, CMIWI 5. They did a survey of the coast of southern France to identify a location that was several kilometers away from Marseille, in order for the landing of the cable to be as diverse as possible, the point at which it came ashore. So if there was any problems, on the seabed as you approached Marseille, they have another cable that would be diverse. And so it was them that the subsea cable company, the companies involved in the project, that selected Toulon as the landing point. And they had to make sure that there was a terrestrial route from Toulon to Marseille, because actually in Toulon very little happens other than the cable comes ashore. It then, if you like, continues on overland to Marseille, where all the exchange of traffic takes place. So it came about thanks to the Subsea Cable Consortium that selected that location to land.
Just to
Right,
I
ask a
don't know
couple
if you
more
hear me.
then, if that's all right.
Bon, let's say no.
I think Alexander is trying to say something. Aubrey, can
Couple
you
of the
hear Alexander?
presentations included the participation from both local and federal government. Can you name some of the specific items that were either contributed or made possible to make this a possibility, your plan?
Sure. Well, we needed permits, so there was a facilitation of permits to build data centers. We needed to establish a power substation to ensure that there was plenty of power to feed the data centers, and again. They facilitated the discussions with the power company to ensure that we were prioritized in terms of power supply. Then there are the departments which Alexandra would be very familiar with that are responsible for issuing permits to subsea cable operators to land cables. And Alessandra, perhaps you'd like to mention some of the departments and how they've helped.
Yes, I don't know if that time the people can hear me. Is that okay?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, we are working with so-called DDTM, which is part of the Ministry of Equipment, and dedicated to the state decided a few months ago, it's quite new, to have DDTM coordinating all the state-owned department and regulations applicant in order to facilitate the welcoming of subsea cables in France globally. And particularly in Marseille, it's quite easier because the Port of Marseille is a public entity, and we work hand in hand with the DDTM. So it's quite easy, and the cable operator we are working with for now, and there are 3 of them for 4 cables. And I think that they are experiencing a quite easy way and easygoing relationship with the state departments involved in authorizing a subsea cable to land in Marseille. And so there is the DDTM for the land and let's mean the environmental and sea and maritime aspects. You have DRASM, DRASSSM, concerning archaeological targets and matters subsea. And even a lot of project leaders are quite surprised. It's not that hard and that difficult to deal with these state departments in France and in Marseille in particularly. But I think that maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago, France was quite behind the states in terms of understanding the strategic assets subsea cables and data centers are representing. But I think that for now, it's crystal clear for us that this is tomorrow we are writing now. And as I wanted to say on the first question and the long-term forecasting, even 10 years is not that long because project leaders of subsea cables have to understand your strategy and to see how your strategy can meet their strategy in the long term. And being a port operator, for us, when we build a quay, the forecast is for 40, 50, 60 years. So it's quite classic for us to work on very, very long terms. But I think that that's quite the same in the so strategic assets that are subseas, and meaning subseas, you drag with you data centers and everything. And you can see in how interaction is developing in Marseille that it's not a 2 or 3 years strategy. and it's a well constructed and long-term constructed strategy that is implemented in Marseille.
Two questions, if I may. First of all, I'd like to know more about your water cooling, and also with your building of your data centers, how did you account for sea level rise or any of the rising of waters in the port? Second question, your land-based connectivity. Do you use rights-of-ways with railroads, with roadways? How are you facilitating your connectivity on the land-based side?
I heard the last question. I didn't hear the first one. So I'll just answer the
First
last
question
one.
is your water-based cooling, and how are you accounting for sea level rise as you plan your data centers? First question. Second question is your land connectivity. How are you working to get railroad access, road access? What are you doing to facilitate your land-based connectivity?
Okay, so we have an in-house design and engineering team that conduct detailed analysis of flooding areas and likely impact of rising sea levels and so on. And the fortunate thing about the locations that that we have is that they fall into the lowest possible levels of risk and impact by those things. Our business would be very much undermined if that wasn't the case, because when the global cloud service providers come to examine the data center and do their due diligence on it, the pertinent question you asked is one that they always ask as well. So we have the documentation and the facts and the evidence to put on the table and demonstrate to them that fact, and they wouldn't have deployed in our data centers if we didn't have that information available. So it's very key. In terms of the fiber terrestrial network, second question, I do want to clarify that we focus on investing on data centers, and we call ourselves carrier neutral, as Vinay described in his presentation, so that we welcome any network into our data center, and in fact they add to our value proposition. However, them having diverse routes in and out of Marseille connecting our data centers is key. So we have regular meetings with them to encourage them to build new routes where possible, to ensure that they can demonstrate to us and to our customers that they have resilience, that they're the ones that would organize the rights of way for the new networks that they build. Those rights of way are easier to obtain, as you can imagine, when ministers of digital affairs have visited the city, visited the data centers, talked to the network operators, and communicated in the press that they want this project to be a success. They want each party to play their role, to invest, and that includes the fiber operators. So we don't have direct control, but we spend an awful lot of time talking to those fiber operators and ensuring that they are adding to the value proposition that the city has to offer, but by offering diverse, excellent routes.
Let me add two things.
Certainly from an investment standpoint, it's major for the area and for the region. Can you address the jobs creation related to these projects in your particular area? Thank you.
Okay, in terms of direct employment for our company, Interaction, we now have a team of about approximately 100 people in Marseille, located in the city. However, as Alexandra mentioned in his presentation, the availability of all these cloud service providers, networks, digital media companies deploying infrastructure means that they all bring 2 or 3 engineers each. Some of them have decided to deploy offices in Marseille. I haven't done the maths to work out what the total overall impact on employment is. I don't know if Alessandra, you have a figure, but
I don't know.
it is significant and noted by the authorities.
I think that another way to address this matter, if you can hear me, is not to think and to try to make the math on the job you create, but just to think that territories are in a deep competition, each one with the other, and being so well structured on datas and internet services and everything is such an asset for a territory to welcome engineering company, to welcome new cars builders, or to welcome chemistry. You know, in the port, for example, we are involved in a smart port process with all the territory, trying to implement all the technologies we can in our processes, in the processes of the industry we welcome on our territory or in the city, everything, blah, 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 blah. Having like a backbone, the digital and internet services industry, to have the best startups, to have the best developers, what we call in France ENS, which is II enterprises, services, numeric services companies. All that makes an ecosystem that makes that your school is going to be better. So the one wondering about settling in his HQ in the territory might say, oh, okay, for my executives, the schools are good and the connection is good and blah, blah, blah. And so that's a success path in the competition in between territories. And I think because I made my homework on this event and the reason of this event, the region where it's happening and what's happening in this region. And I think that everybody there understood what was the meaning of that and how strategic it was to be a really strong region in terms of data and data services. And I think that I hope you're going to be the American Marseille or something like that, because I'm really, really proud to be in Marseille now. And let me say, as I'm from Marseille since I'm born, nobody is aware of this potential in terms of data and in terms of development, strategic development for the territory. It's brand new here, and this is what I was trying to say concerning the politicians here. But you're in the region where you just understood this, the importance of it, and I'm really, really, really happy to be here and to see how my American friends are doing there in your region.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. I think that is very well said. The only thing I'd like to add to what Mike and Alexander said is that, you know, when we look at jobs created by internet infrastructure, one is the direct jobs in terms of whether you have a data center, whether you have a terrestrial fiber provider or a subsea provider for that matter in a cable landing station. Then you have, you know, for a specific period of time, construction related jobs that are tied to it. Then I think the other important point, which oftentimes gets looked over, is the ecosystem that comes along with it. I think Alexander tried to say that, you know, in addition to the engineering and mechanical firms, you have an ecosystem of suppliers, you know, whether it's cabinets or cable manufacturers or IT services providers. storage companies, as in, that are doing data storage, so on and so forth. So there is that entire ecosystem that gets evolved over time. When you have such internet hubs that are developing and are developed around the world in different regions around the world.
The general public, at least from my perception, is that are not very familiar with the subsea cable and what their potential is. I mean, did you do any outreach, or what did you have to do over there to either excite or to inform the general public of the potential?
So I think the question is for me. And the thing is, the Port of Marseille had no work to do on that matters, because the Port of Marseille territory is owned by the Port of Marseille, and it's a state-owned company. And we are not like in the city having to deal with the citizens' matters and having to explain why this is strategic for us to do that. But as I was trying to say concerning the data centers, for subsea cable, it's like you can't drag someone to understand why having a wire connecting the beach in the south or the Port of Marseille in the north gonna make maybe the future of Marseille in the 30 or 40 years to come. Data centers is a way something you can see. Like if you take an iceberg, the subsea cable is under the water, and you only see which is on the water. And which is on the water is first the data center, and then little by little you will have the digital industry, and you will have a lot of things coming. And as I said, for example, the Port of Marseille brings with it something like 50,000 jobs in the territory. But if through the smart port and the cloud technology in our system, making that we can have a custom clearance in a half a second when it's 2 or 3 minutes in Antwerp or Rotterdam, and then we make 60,000 jobs better than 50,000 jobs. Will you count this 10 more thousand jobs as a port activity related jobs, or as digital development related job? That's why the maths are hard to do.
If I could just add to what Alessandro has said, in Interaction as a data center company, our prime communication is to customers, networks, cloud service providers, internet exchanges. So we do massive amount of communication to them through all the marketing means you can imagine. However, we did also make a communication to the public there's a beautiful museum in Marseille, and we became one of its leading sponsors. And in one part of the museum, they have now a submarine cable demonstration. So they show what the cables are, they show the heritage of Marseille, and everyone who visits that museum has the opportunity to educate themselves in one part of it with the role that Marseille plays in the world sort of internet infrastructure.
Yeah, and just to add to that, what Mike just said, I actually have in my hand here, hopefully you can see in the screen, a sample of a TE Subcom, which is now called Subcom 16-strand subsea cable. You can see these strands. These are thinner than human hair. This is an 8-pair system, same as the Maria subsea cable, which was on the picture that was on my first slide. That obviously had, protection around it, but it's pretty much the same diameter as a garden hose. But the capacity of this cable just to put it in perspective, the Maria cable, as an example, is from Virginia to Spain, Bilbao, Spain. You can transmit every movie ever made in every language in high definition in 42 seconds. So if you think about it, just with these 16 strands, there's enormous capacity that gets yielded out of this with the networking gear that gets deployed. But oftentimes, we think about applications, we think about our email, we think about our online documents. We don't think about the infrastructure that's making it all happen. So that's a very good question, and I think that awareness is what's key in driving more of this infrastructure and being proactive as an industry, as a community, in facilitating that infrastructure for times to come.
Let me thank our panelists, Vinay and Alexander and Mike. I appreciate you taking the time, and I want to thank our very informative. I want to thank our technical staff for making this all possible. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your participation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice event, and thank you, Vinay.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Mike.
Well, it shows you the deep sea cables work. So that was great. It's really terrific to hear people give a first-person testimony to something this big. So we're going to take a break now and have lunch, and those doors are open. So we're going to go through through that door first, and then come around and take your box lunch back to the table. And we've got, we're just like about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so that's a good thing. And so we're going to have a half an hour lunch break. So thank you.
Say yes to me. Tell me cuando. Tell me cuando. You mean happiness to me. You mean happiness to me. Oh my love, please tell me when. Every moment's a day. Every moment's a day. Every day seems a lifetime. Every day seems like a lifetime. Let me show you the way. Let me show you the way to a joy beyond compare. I can't wait a moment more. Tell me cuando. Tell me cuando. Just say it's me that you adore. And then, darling, tell me when. Every moment's a day. Every moment's a day. Every every day seems a lifetime. Let me show you the way. Let me show you the way to a joy beyond compare. I can't wait a moment. I can't wait a moment more. Tell me quando, quando, quando. Say it's me that you adore. And then, darling, tell me when. Oh, my darling, tell me when. And then, darling, tell me when. Oh, my darling, tell me when. Here we are on earth together. It's you and I. God has made us fall in love. It's true. I've really found someone like you. Will it say the love you feel for me? Will it say that you will be by my side to see me through until my life is through? Well, in my mind, we can conquer the world. In love, you and I, you and I, you and I. I am glad, at least in my life, I found someone that may not be here forever to see me through, but I found my strength in you. 'Cause in my mind, you will stay here always. In love, you and I, you and I, you and I. We can conquer the world in love. die. You and I, you and never know how much I love you, never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Sun lights up the daytime, moon lights up the night. I light up when you call my name, and you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Everybody's got the fever, that is something you won't know. Fever isn't such a new thing, fever started long ago. Oh, yeah. Romeo loved Juliet, Juliet, she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Juliet, baby, you're my flame, thou givest fever. When we kiss it, fever with thy flame in you. Fever, I'm a fire, fever, yeah, I burn forsooth. Captain Smith and Pocahontas had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, oh, don't you dare, he gets me fever. With his kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus, Daddy, won't you treat him right? Go! Now you've listened to my story. Here's the point that I have made. Chicks were born to give you fever, be it Fahrenheit or centigrade, they give you fever. When you kiss them, fever if you live and learn. Fever till you sizzle, what a lovely way to burn. 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 Maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should have. Maybe I didn't love you quite as often as I could have. Little things I should have said and done, I just never took the time. But you were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Maybe I didn't hold you all those lonely, lonely times. And I guess I never told you I am so happy that you're mine. If I made you feel second-best, girl, I'm sorry I was blind. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died. Give me one more chance to keep you satisfied. Satisfied. Little things I should have said and done, I just never took the time. But you were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. You were always on my Didn't they always say we were the lucky ones? I guess that we were once, babe, we were once. But luck will leave you 'cause it is a faithless friend. And in the end, when life has got you down, you've got someone here that you can wrap your arms around. So hold on to me tight. Hold on to me tonight. We are stronger here together than we could ever be alone. So hold on to me, Don't you ever let me go. There's 1,000 ways for things to fall apart, but it's no one's fault. No, it's not our fault. No. Maybe all the plans we made might not work out, but I have no doubt, even though it's hard to see, I've got faith in us, and I believe in you and me. So hold on to me tight. Hold on, I promise it'll be alright. 'Cause it's you and me together, and baby, all we've got is time. So hold on to me tonight. But there's so many dreams that we have given up. Take a look at all we've got, and with this kind of love, what we've got here is enough. So hold on to me tight. Hold on, I promise it'll be alright. 'Cause we are stronger here together than we could ever be alone. Just hold on to me, don't you ever let me go. Hold on to me, it's gonna be alright. Hold on to me tonight. They always say we were the lucky ones. You're a falling star, you're the getaway car, you're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool on an August day, and you're the perfect thing to say. And you play it cold, but it's kinda cute. Oh, when you smile at me, you know exactly what you do. Baby, don't pretend that you don't know it's true, 'cause you can see it when I look at you. And in this crazy life, and through these crazy times, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. You're a carousel, you're always so well, and you light me up when you ring my bell. You're a mystery, you're from outer space, you're every minute for every day. And I can't believe that I'm your man, and I get to kiss you, baby, just because I can. Whatever comes our way, I will see it through. And you know that's what our love can do. And in this crazy life, and through these crazy times, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. You're everything. You're every song, and I sing along, 'cause you're my everything. Yeah, yeah. So la 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 la. So la 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 la. I love seeing you happy. I miss seeing that smile. It's been such a long time. And although I don't have you, I know now that I need to somehow make you mine. And I won't lie, it's hard seeing you with him, 'cause I know he can't hold you like I can. Someday, maybe, when we're old and gray, we could be in love once more. Till then, I won't give my love away, darling, I'm forever only yours. Oh, I remember that love song, I sang every word wrong, but you didn't mind. No, no, and I'll admit that I miss you, but only if you do, 'cause you know that I'm shy, and I can't lie, it's hard seeing you with her, 'cause I know she can't love you like I can. Someday, maybe, when we're old and gray, we could be in love once more. Till then, I won't give my love away, darling, I'm forever only yours. If my love didn't wish for you, then we've got nothing to lose, 'cause I'm forever only yours. Once more, once more, once more. No need to complicate it, that smile is worth the wait. Yeah, I'm forever only yours. Someday maybe, someday maybe, someday maybe I'll be yours. Whoa, baby. Someday maybe, someday maybe, someday maybe I'll be yours. Someday maybe, when we're old and gray, we can be in love once more. Till then, I won't give my love away, darling, I'm forever only yours. If my loving works for you, then we've got nothing to lose, 'cause I'm forever only yours. No need to complicate it, that smile is worth the wait. Yeah, I'm forever only yours. So now I'm forever only yours. I said now I'm forever only yours. Me and Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. We meet every day at the same cafe, 6:30, and no one knows she'll be there, holding hands, making all kinds of plans, while the jukebox plays our favorite song. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. We gotta be extra careful that we don't build our hopes up too high, 'cause she's got her own obligations, and so do I. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Well, it's time for us to be leaving, and it hurts so much inside. And now you'll go her way and I go mine, but tomorrow we'll meet at the same place, the same time. Mrs. Jones. Same place. We both know that it's wrong. Same time. Every day at the same cafe. Same place. We got a thing going on. You know it's
Peel me a grape, crush me some ice, skin me a peach, save the fuzz for my pillow. Talk to me nice, you've got to wine me and dine me. Don't try to fool me, bejewel me, either amuse me or lose me. I'm getting hungry. Peel me a grape. Pop me a cork, French me a fry, crack me a nut, bring a bowl full of bonbons, chill me some wine, Keep standing by, just entertain me. Champagne me, show me you love me. Kid, love me, best way to cheer me. Cashmere me, I'm getting hungry. Peel me. Here's how to be an agreeable chap. Love me and leave me in luxury's lap. Hop when I holler, skip when I snap. When I say do it, jump to it. Sent out for scotch, boil me a crab. Cut me a rose, make my tea with the petals. Just hang around, pick up the tab, and never outthink me. Just mink me, polar bear rug me. Don't bug me, new thunderbird me. You heard me, I'm getting hungry. Peel me a grape. Slowly. Here's how to be an agreeable chap. Love me and leave me in luxury's lap. Hop when I holler, skip when I snap. When I say do it, send out for scotch, boil me a crab. Cut me a rose, make my tea with the petals. Just hang around, pick up the tab, never outthink me. Just mink me, polar bear rug me. Don't bug me, new thunderbird me. You heard me, I am getting hungry. Peel me a grape.
The more I read the papers, the less I comprehend the world and all its capers, and how it soon will end.
Nothing seems to be lasting.
but that isn't our affair. We've got something permanent, I mean, in the way we care. It's very clear our love is here to stay. Not for a year, but ever and a day. The radio and the telephone and the movies that we know may just be passing fancies, and in time may go. But oh my dear, our love is here to stay. Together we're going a long, long way. In time the Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble, they're only made of clay. But our love is here to stay. It's very clear our love is here to stay. Not for a year, but ever and a day. The radio.
All right, everyone. May I have your attention, please? We are on schedule and on budget. Okay. Everyone get your seat. Thank you. All right, everyone. Grab your seat. Well, I hope you thought this morning was interesting at the least. It's wonderful when technology works. There were a couple of moments there that I was losing faith, but it certainly worked, and thankfully we have those deep sea cables in place. So that was the global perspective. So what we're going to do for the next hour is bring it back to our mega region and hear a local perspective. And so we really are fortunate to have with us Dean Barbara Boyan from the VCU Engineering School, and Barbara's agreed to facilitate an esteemed panel that she'll introduce. We are so lucky to have Barbara in the RVA 757 mega region. What an impressive resume she brings to us. Not only the dean of VCU School of Engineering, but author of more than 520 peer-reviewed papers, and then 24 issued U.S. patents to be part of those. I don't know when you sleep. But really amazing, and something that is really kind of recent news is Barbara has become the chair of the Virginia Innovation Partnership Authority. So I'm going to let her explain that because it really has a lot of bearing on what we're trying to do, frankly, as RVA 757 connects. So without further ado, Barbara.
Well, thank you, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. I am also an entrepreneur, and I have a business in the biotech park in Richmond, and another one that's incubating now online. And so I take economic development very, very seriously. I'd like to make a couple comments about the public-private partnerships that we're going to be talking about for the next hour. VCU College of Engineering was actually begun as a public-private partnership. It was the dream of the then president of VCU, but it was made possible because the businessmen in the region felt so important to have engineering in Richmond that they put their own money on the line. So all of our buildings, we have a campus now, we're 25 years old, all of our buildings were actually paid for in part mostly by industry, and most recently by a between industry and the legislature. So this is really what we're going to talk about, is how something like what we're discussing here, the excitement that you see in Marseille and that we have in our own backyard, how that is going to change how we go about doing business in the state. And it will not only bring us into the 21st century as a leader, but it also means that we have to rethink how we're doing our university effort in partnership with the economic development. So I'm really pleased to say that the Virginia Innovation Partnership Authority, which was put in place by the legislature, was designed specifically to look at this. And one of my fellow board members, Monique Adams, is here today as well. So there's two of us here, and that should tell you something right there. The Richmond Tidewater Partnership is at work on the VIPA board. We also have today, and I'm really taken with this, we have four speakers, two who are economic development leaders. They are representing their two geographic locations, but they really think bigger than that. And both of them are products of the university system. Ray White graduated from, got one of his terminal degrees from Old Dominion University, and he's going to speak about his region. And Anthony Romanello got his terminal degree from VCU, and he's going to talk about his economic development region. Now, we also educated Paul Rochelow in Virginia, but at a different university, but on I-64. So he is from the Darden School of Business, and I don't know what Ray is going to say for himself because he was not educated in Virginia. Oh, you were. It's you, Morris. All right. So, but Morris works for a university, so that's good. So today we're going to start. We've had a really good lead into what the value is of this area of technology that we're really here to talk about today. But we're going to start with a view of the economy in the region. And I'm going to start asking the panel to each one come up here for 4 to 5 minutes. We'll start first, we'll go from east to west on I-64. We are going to start with Ray, who is going to tell us what the region over here is doing in the sense of public-private partnerships. And then we'll move over to the west, and we'll have Anthony Romanello talk to us about what is going on in the Richmond region. After that, we will switch over and we'll look now from the university point of view, and we'll have Morris Foster talk to us about how Old Dominion is building public-private partnerships in the area, and then finish off with VCU and Paul Rocheleau. Now, this just happens to be the two universities we focused on. Please don't think these are the only universities, because there are many other universities along I-64 and even a little bit down I-95. And there certainly is that behemoth to the west of us on 64, UVA, who is not here today, but participates in many of these public-private partnerships as well. So I'm going to now ask Ray to come up and share with us what he's been up to.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And it's certainly a pleasure to be here today. Many of you I've seen at the Convergence the last year when we had it, and some at a recent event that was in conjunction with Civic. And I'm going to kind of take off and expand that information here today. And I'll go ahead and kick things off right now. As you saw earlier, you've seen a lot of maps of cables running all over the world previously today, but these are the cables that come into Virginia Beach right now. And we have 3 cables, one from France, from Spain, and from Brazil. And certainly, as you see, the Global Internet Hub, which we're here today to talk about, in order to have that, you need to have a port city. Like John knows, all the information comes in, all the products come in at the port, and then from there go out to the rest of the country. So that's the role that we play at this point in time in Virginia Beach. Looking to the future, we've got several cables that are planning on coming in the not too distant future. The Confluence 1 cable, which was mentioned earlier, that's a cable that'll be running from New York, New Jersey down to Miami with a stop in Virginia Beach. And we've also been talking to a cable entity out of South Africa that in the next few years that'll be coming South Africa to Cape Town to Brazil, and then up to Virginia Beach from that. So we're hoping in the not too distant future that will be here too. Also, it was talked about the manholes. Right now, the 3 cables that come into Virginia Beach come in at a single location. There's room for one other cable to come in at that particular site. But we've been working with another company, and we will probably be announcing in the not too distant future that we'll have another landing manhole site for other cables to come into in the not too distant future. From a data center standpoint, we have a couple of small data centers in our community right now. There's more that we're talking to coming in. That's going to take up some substantial acreage if that comes to be. And certainly once the cables come in, it has to come into a central location called a cable landing station. And that's a critical component that we have in Virginia Beach too. Wanted to kind of gear this towards the community and towards the region. From an economic development, we've heard earlier the advantages of that, but the cities, the communities, there has to be buy-in from the community at large. And in Virginia Beach, we have a process called Envision Virginia Beach 2040. And I'm not going to read you these things. You can certainly see for yourself, but there's the connected community is very important for us to be connected not only with our region, with the Commonwealth, with the U.S., but with the world. And that's something that's very important that our city leaders want to stress and want to achieve. Certainly a thriving community means you keep taxes lower to your citizens. And by doing that, you have to have an educated workforce. The military obviously plays a big part in our community and the entire Hampton Roads, so you have to plug them in too. And then the universities, we have such great universities in our region, ODU, Norfolk State, Virginia Wesleyan, Hampton University, Christopher Newport, Regent, and then the companies from a business standpoint. We've got three of the top companies in the world in our region: Steel, Dollar Tree, and also the shipbuilding, Huntington Ingalls, Newport News shipbuilding. So again, it takes this community to pull together to make this happen. The vision to reality. Okay, how do we make all this work? Again, that's why we're here to talk about the ideas and all today. Cybersecurity is something that we recognized about 8 years ago that was important, and mainly in meeting with our businesses. We have a lot of government contractors that do work for the federal government in Virginia Beach, and certainly when you're talking about this global internet hub, if you don't have cybersecurity on it, you don't have anything. So that's critical. And certainly we've been building that community, started meeting with our companies. We bought in the universities, we bought in the municipalities, and now there's great things going on at the universities and some major grants that they've won to move that forward. From a regional standpoint, and I'd like to recognize Andrea McClellan, who's here with us today. Her and Rosemary Wilson, the Vice Mayor of Virginia Beach, along with representatives from Chesapeake, Suffolk, and Portsmouth, have come together to form the Southside Network Authority. And what this is basically developing a ring, a fiber ring that all aspects of the community will have an opportunity to tap into. The phase 1 project is getting ready to start. As a matter of fact, I heard just a little while ago that by the end of the year, they should have the contractor selected, and 2022 start getting started in building that ring. It is a 4-phase. Besides the communities I mentioned, eventually communities all the way here to Williamsburg, to Franklin, Isle of Wight, Surrey, and all the areas in between will be connected into that. That's very important because, again, with those communities, we're halfway to Richmond. So again, with the things that are being done in the Richmond area, I think when this is all said and done, we'll have a great opportunity to again, project ourselves to the world as a global internet hub. One thing that the communities have to do to get ready for this is they have to start clearing barriers. We saw this earlier on. We lowered our tax rate for data centers and related type of work. Our business license fee for the first 2 years is capped at $50. And again, that's a tremendous advantage for companies looking to come into our particular area. Also, getting the certification from Dominion Energy to ensure there's enough power there. These data centers and the like take up tremendous amount of power. So that's one key area that we've got that designation from them. And another key thing is alternative energy. It was mentioned earlier today that alternative energy is going to be key to this industry and growing it. As many of you know, we've got an offshore wind project getting ready to start full force off the coast of Virginia Beach, and also the one off Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, where the power is going to be landing into Virginia Beach. We're hooking up the data centers and all that we have with these to these energy providers, again, to provide an ongoing source of power. And the total power that they'll be generating is enough to power, to give power to about 1 million households. So an awful lot of power is going to be designated from them. So with that, I'll go ahead and close, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Ray. And now Anthony Romanello.
Thank you, Barbara. One thing that you didn't hear in Barbara's bio is that she's the mother of 11 children. Yeah. I have 5. I can tell you what causes it. So, pleasure to be with you all today. I represent Henrico County and the RVA region. This is a John Martin quote, but he didn't say it earlier, so I'm going to say it. What we're talking about with the internet infrastructure today and what we've been talking about is to the 21st century of our regions what I-64 and I-95 were to the 20th century. It's that important. And I think if there's one message we all take away today. That's the key message. My hope is that when we all leave at 3 o'clock, we're going to have a room full of ambassadors that are going out talking about the power of this opportunity that we have in RVA and in Hampton Roads. So what I wanted to offer to you today, and we've worked with Moses Foster, who's in the back there. Moses, I think everybody knows Moses. Moses is a CEO of West Cary Group. And with his group and with Vinay, we've put together a 3-minute video in an attempt to distill what you heard this morning in about an hour and a half into something very simple. We'll make it available to you all, but we hope it's going to be a tool, because for my first couple of years that I was with Henrico EDA, the digital infrastructure was a nebulous cloud of gas. I knew it was important, but I couldn't begin to explain it. And so we've spent days and weeks in trying to create something that would be a good tool. So with that, we have a 3-minute video for you.
This is a global journey, but you won't need your passport. In fact, you'll never leave your chair, but we'll go to all corners of the world in fractions of a second. And we'll start in Henrico, Virginia. Have your attention? Good, because this is big. It's about reach, data speeds, and business opportunity. And what our region's internet infrastructure can do to revolutionize business and supercharge your digital transformation. This is the business world of today. Thanks to the integration with DKIX, the world's leading provider of interconnection services, Henrico and its business community is in the same conversation with New York, Chicago, Dallas, and Phoenix as part of the largest interconnection ecosystem in North America. For area businesses, this means heightened visibility on an international stage and a premier global internet hub right in their backyard. The world gets closer because data can now go farther and faster. We're talking unrestricted data communications with business epicenters and emerging markets worldwide in milliseconds. And it's all made possible by leveraging Henrico's existing subsea cable connections located at the QTS Richmond Network Access Point, NAP. For years, Henrico has been mindfully cultivating its data infrastructure for the benefit of our businesses. And this facility is a prime example. Over and above its data center and terrestrial networks, the Richmond NAP offers subsea cables that extend to Puerto Rico, Brazil, Spain, South Africa, and France. The Junon cable offers a record-breaking 250 terabits per second capacity, fast enough to transmit the entire digitized Library of Congress 3 times every second. And it gets better, because this is the business world of tomorrow. Through integration of the QTS Richmond NAP and the DKIX exchange, businesses will have instantaneous access to more than 2,300 network operators and 500 data centers across the globe, and that list is growing. Most impressively, this integration with DKIX is data center neutral and carrier neutral. More reliability, increased flexibility, cost savings, reduced latency, decreased risk of data loss. In 1/3 of a second, the time of a single blink, your data can go to Spain and back. In 2 milliseconds, 2 normal flashes of a camera send your data to 80% of the US population, but only in Henrico. We are offering open access to a data autobahn where you can drive your business towards success. We hope you enjoyed this international expedition. Let's talk more.
So a couple things that we've done, that we are doing to help grow the ecosystem, and this goes along with what Raymond said so well just a few minutes ago, which is that we are trying to make sure that we are positioning the business community to leverage these assets that are in place in our region and in this mega region. One of the key things was we also reduced our data center tax rate. The Board of Supervisors took it down 90% 4 years ago, and that investment, private sector investment in data centers, has gone up in that 4-year period 2,645%. Tax rate down 90%, investment up 2,600%. We have to move at the speed of business. Every local government in the world, I know Virginia Beach is fast too, every local government in the world says they're fast track. We don't say that. We just say, ask the companies that are here. What I will tell you is that Facebook came to Henrico in January of 2017. That project was announced in October of 2017. When it was announced, they had every permit in hand and they started construction the next day. That's what we have to do to be able to deliver for these companies, because they just simply are moving very, very quickly. And the last thing I'll mention is that we have the infrastructure in place. 25 years ago, the county mothers and fathers made a $45 million investment in the White Oak Technology Park, which has about 1,000 acres of land, and there's other opportunities in and around the Richmond Airport. And we take advantage of the fact that we're uniquely situated halfway between Ashburn and Virginia Beach, and offer a great opportunity for folks to leverage the ecosystem. Thank you.
Now I get to invite Morris Foster up here. I have to say, Morris and I worked together on 2 other events like this. One, the Commonwealth Center for Advanced Manufacturing and the Commonwealth Center for Advanced Logistics Systems, and now the Commonwealth Center for Cloud Computing, which Paul is going to talk about. Over to you, Morris.
And I want to start out by recognizing our new ODU president, Dr. Brian Hemphill, who is here. He came in August, and I don't think he's slept since he got here. He's been very active. I wanted to talk about the opportunity, the complementary opportunity of the supercomputing facility that may be coming to Jefferson Lab, because that obviously is a way in which the internet capacity can be translated into data analytics, data sciences, and all sorts of opportunities. Right now, there are only 3 Department of Energy supercomputers. One's in Berkeley, one's outside of Chicago at the Argonne Lab, and the other is at Oak Ridge Lab near Knoxville, Tennessee. Each of those facilities has important connections into the universities in their regions and important spillover effects into the private sector. There are all sorts of tech companies that have grown up around those supercomputing facilities. Now, we can use those supercomputing facilities from here, really from anywhere, but the real value of them is not so much the hardware of the facility as it is the talent that they attract. So first, the national labs each have very sophisticated data science staffs at those facilities. Then the universities that are around them hire data science people. And with that agglomeration of talent, you get startups and IP and all sorts of things that make those attractive places to locate your data analytics or data science business, or to locate whatever kind of business you might have that makes use of those data science products. So with JLab getting a supercomputing facility, it'll be here in probably 4 or 5 years, depending upon some appropriations, things that have to happen, and other such things. But now is the time for us then to begin to think about how we build around what is going to be here and around the talent that's going to be coming into this region to staff and to make use of that supercomputing facility. So Old Dominion already has done a couple things in this direction. One, we're hiring our first faculty member who's going to be a joint hire with Jefferson Lab for that data science initiative. And what we expect is that over time, we will be hiring more and more faculty because that supercomputing facility is coming here. So they'll be training students and graduates who will have a particular ability to use a high-performance computing operation, big data, in a very big way, that can then become graduates who companies and others in the region can hire for that purpose. The second thing we're doing, and we're already doing this, is that we're setting up a cooperative agreement with Jefferson Lab so that we're buying some of the time of the data science experts they're already bringing in. So some of their time is already being bought by the university, and we're directing it initially into health data analytics. Old Dominion University, along with Eastern Virginia Medical School and Centera, are part of the Hampton Roads Biomedical Research Consortium. And that's been funded by the state to try to not only get us working together more, but also to help build up a biohealth economic sector in Hampton Roads to, we hope, be complementary to what you have in Richmond. You're a very strong biohealth sector in Richmond. And so we're building a platform with JLab assistants, with their data science assistants, that is going to be we call it digital neighborhoods. It's going to be a digital twin of the health environment in Hampton Roads. And it involves the data that go into that, not just medical and health data, but environmental data, socioeconomic status data, all the sorts of data that we can put into that big platform so that we can better understand health disparities, so we can better understand health trends, and so that we can discover things that we can then turn into products and services and that we can commercialize. That's all a huge big data operation that we're getting Jefferson Lab to help us out with so that we can begin to build that university federal lab relationship, and that we can then make available to private sector partners through the Digital Neighborhoods platform that they can come and use, and that we can help guide them in how to use big data. The other thing that I wanted to point out about this region is that we actually have a very strong computationally focused workforce. It's in the shipbuilding industry, it's in the Navy, it's in the contractors who work for the Navy. We already have a very large number of very well-trained technicians, engineers, computer scientists, and others who every day do mathematical modeling, simulations, all sorts of things. We have already the agglomerative workforce that we really need to move into a much bigger level big data operation. Some of those labor categories get hidden under shipbuilding or under DOD or under other Department of Labor categories, but we're already agglomerative in this area. And so what we need to do next really then is to think about how we structure those federal, university, private sector partnerships to really focus that agglomerative workforce on building new businesses, attracting businesses, startups, things of that sort. So we've already got an advantage here, and I think the supercomputing facility, the internet landing opportunities really help us focus and sort of bring all of those together into a single initiative. Thank you.
Well said, Morris. Okay, last of the 4 panelists to speak is Paul Rocheleau. And Paul is in charge of special initiatives. He was one of the founding trustees of the College of Engineering, and he's a businessman. I pulled him out of retirement, and he has changed how VCU looks at these kinds of projects. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Barbara. And we missed some of the best parts of Barbara's bio, which I can share with you later. But let me just say, she's a wonderful person. Over the next few minutes, I want to follow on from Morris. And I want to share with you, where we are right now. But importantly, I want to go beyond some of the awareness conversation and begin some of the engagement with you and what we're doing to go create some special activities. Very importantly, with Anthony and Henrico, we all had these eureka moments, now 3 and 4 years ago, that, oh my goodness, this infrastructure that you just, heard about this morning is in our backyard. Yes, it goes up to Ashburn, it goes out to other parts of the United States. And we all started saying, what do we do with this? So there's been a work group going on how do you bring, this, how do you build upon this infrastructure and go create a highly advanced digital ecosystem. And I'm going to come back and talk about that in a minute. So there's been, many years of work. I'm going to try to distill it down into 5 minutes. And I want to, also give credit to a lot of technologists who have, contributed. Some are here, some are listening to us online, as well as my colleagues at VCU. But, very simply, I want you to have the impression that what we're talking about here is white space. When you talk to these digitalists, and whether it's the user group, whether it's the technologists, the infrastructure folks, as you build it, it gets filled up. You saw those curves from Vinay, the amount of data being processed, the applications that are at work, the new software. picture this as almost unlimited white space. And the issue is really who can go capture the opportunity the fastest. This is amorphous. It will go, whether it's in Hampton or Richmond or Charlotte or New York or Phoenix, it's amorphous. And it goes, it's like water going to the lowest point. It'll go to those locations that can move the fastest and have the talent, have the infrastructure, and have the political will. So like a bunch of engineers, we all sat back over the time and said, here's our conundrum. These are the issues that we need to solve for. And I was going to go through a short list. And some of them are issues that were highlighted this morning, but I'm going to express it differently. Number one, why is it that our best researchers, our best data scientists, why did they have to go out of state to access computer resources? They go to the national laboratories, they go to DARPA. Some of our large corporate partners that we deal with have these types of resources. We engage with those corporate partners. Number two, we step back and say, what do we need to really accelerate? Go at the speed of the industry. What do we need to do to accelerate and expand our computing resources? But understand something really fundamental. The generational life of technology is 1 to 2 years. So when you're thinking about building something, by the time you install it, it's almost old. So how do you have something which is continually changing? Really, really important. And I want to say that one of the observations coming from the work groups that we've dealt with, one of the observation is, except on a very limited basis, Virginia collectively is a user or purchaser of technologies. We do some software development, there's a lot of applications development, but we are not fundamentally engaged in a strategic way with the major technology developers that are operational around the world. We have to ask ourselves, why not? So this is, one very important item to solve. And we need to go and refine all of our private public sector partnerships, and how do we create a linkage that is more flexible, faster, and allows us to go capture these opportunities. And this came out of a lot of discussions with the entrepreneurial community as we were looking at building this. They ask us this question, why aren't there any unicorns in Virginia? I think you all know what a unicorn is. A unicorn is a $1 billion startup. California has a bunch of them, Texas, Massachusetts, other parts of the world. There's now $1 billion unicorns coming out of Africa because they're accessing new digital technologies and applying it in a new way. So we have the talent. A lot of our talent has been exported and they're involved in unicorns. How do we bring them home? That creates a bit of a buzz, as you can well imagine, not to mention a little more tax revenue. So, that's just a short list. And as I said, we're just a bunch of engineers. How do we solve for that? Now, we don't have all the answers today, but we've been moving along a pathway that we're trying to get to a point where we have some great ideas. We've been working with Virginia Tech, UVA, ODU, George Mason, VSU, a lot of private sector technologists, and we're trying to come up with what is possible within a bunch of constraints. One of it is we have to live within a kind of a reasonable budget, and how do you get started in all this? So the one thing which is terrific are universities, and the network of people that we have access to are full of great ideas. There's really wonderful opportunities, and the pieces of the puzzle, I think, are all there. So, as we've gone through and talked with the private sector and the universities, first and foremost, once everybody starts talking about this, there's great enthusiasm. Everybody wants to jump in and say, yeah, how do we go solve this conundrum? How do we go capture this opportunity? And we also believe that this can be distributed across the state. You're going to hear, terms like multi-tenant hybrid cloud computing. That can be distributed. It's not going to be concentrated in one geography, but there are some really important points. We have to be connected up to a NAP, like you've seen in Henrico County. We want to be able to work in real-time big data capabilities and in microseconds. We'll get into that in a minute. One of the things that is really terrific and is touched upon, but we have the support network. If you ever want to see what that support network looks like, go look at the Trade Association 7x24. Did you ever wonder why the lights were still on during the pandemic, why the internet worked, why everything pretty much was flawless? And there's a whole organizational structure, there's a whole ecosystem of builders and maintainers and innovators already at work everywhere in the state. We have engineering companies, we have maintenance companies. They're all here, and they're all adding, to our employment base. The 7x24 is really a great place to go look and say who's involved. Some of the companies that are here today are involved in that organization. And the tech community, very importantly, the large tech, by and large, is willing to go support us in some really meaningful ways to go get this launched. Companies like IBM, like Siemens, some of the large public cloud computing companies. We know that they want to see Virginia grow and develop exactly as we're talking about today. So we also know, as Moore said, there are a lot of federal programs out there that want us to do this, and they want to see this in other states as well. But let's go grab the federal money while it's available and go put it to work. And having the systems in place to do that are highly meaningful in capturing those large federal grants. Right, Barbara? Yes. So I promised John Martin that I would not go into the technology, but sometimes I just can't help myself. And I just want to say, what we're talking about here is creating massive virtual machines that can be configured rapidly, pretty much on the fly, and go help solve almost any problem. Those machines can be at QTS. They can be what called edge computing. They can be out towards the user locations. They can be distributed. The technology exists today to be able to put this together. That was one of the discovery items. What is the state of art for the large systems that are going into federal agencies, the Federal Reserve? There are a lot of case studies on what can be built. And it's wonderful to see that those opportunities, and I can't stress enough the appreciation to a lot of our technology consultants that have helped provide a lot of information along the last year or so. So the other great point is that we can build a user community. We have the hallmarks. You've seen the data that John presented on, whether it's healthcare, the cybersecurity. We are one of the biggest cybersecurity locations in the world, but we're not doing enough. We have the starting point with CCI in the cyber range. There are a lot of initiatives. We're graduating a lot of talent, but they're just, we like to put numbers against it. Amazon needs, 25,000. Everybody else is moving in. We know there's thousands and thousands of jobs that are unfilled and that more are coming in. We need to produce, orders of magnitude more talent that can go help fuel this whole activity. So what is needed? We want to go create the Commonwealth Center for Cloud Computing. We want to put this together. There is a rough budget. We need about $20 or $25 million. The Commonwealth of Virginia has said that they would provide about $7 million as a starting point for capital. There's also a lot of in-kind contribution that companies will put in. Some of the companies like IBM and Siemens have already indicated very substantial commitment to go provide much more infrastructure and capability that amount to tens of millions of dollars. So we want to go build this out as rapidly as possible, even starting next year. So just in closing, let me just say, we think that this opportunity is sitting in front of us. I think there's a broad base of activity that and work group that said, let's go make this happen. The technology community is ready. To give you a little more perspective, the state of Virginia, VEDP, and I don't think VEDP is here today, but on Friday, all the universities in the state are getting together again, just like we did with Amazon. And we're going to say, how do we go and increase the amount of talent being produced around data science and data analytics and all this associated capability? And that, we need to do much more, and we're trying to go make that happen. So with that, I want to, just express my appreciation for everybody putting this seminar together. This has been terrific. Thank you.
Okay, I get to start the questions, but it's going to be easier on you this time. You don't have to look backwards to ask your questions. You just get to look forwards, and these guys are going to answer your questions. We're going to start off so that they know their order, because you can only educate these kind of people so far. So as the first question, it's going to go Ray, Anthony, Morris, Paul. And they get to give short, simple answers. So the first question, while you're thinking up what your questions are, I have to sneak something in here. I have to say that the legislature for Virginia has been very supportive of all of these efforts. And one of the things they've done is to keep people being educated in this area and remaining in Virginia. We have the tech talent investment pipeline, money that was given to the universities to educate more computer scientists and computer engineers. They've also invested $6.9 million in cloud computing, which is really something right. I mean, that was an unexpected gift, and very, very grateful to all of the universities that helped us put together that request. So they're in there with us. And now I'm asking all of you to get in there with us too. So the first question to the gang of four is, what one or two things would you say that we need in order to make these dreams realities? Ray.
Well, I think from the presentations this morning and what's happening with France, it was evident to me that we really need world-class experts that help to guide, that have done this before, to help guide us, to help plan as we move forward in our quest to become a global internet hub. It's out there. He said there was, 10 or 11 locations around the world. And I think having access to those experts, to those consultants, and helping us to develop and implement our plan would be a great resource.
We need to tell our story. Jennifer Wakefield, who was here, who runs Greater Richmond Partnership, she's done 2 studies in the last 4 years talking to site selectors and CEOs. It's not that they have a bad, and I cannot speak for Hampton Roads, I'm sorry, but for the RVA region, it's not that they have a bad image of Greater Richmond, it's that it's just not on their radar screen. And the last thing we want to be is anybody's best kept secret. We've got to tell the world about this.
So as most of you probably know, we're going to have a enrollment cliff of high school graduates in 2 or 3 years. And that's going to put an even bigger strain on our ability to train STEM graduates who can actually work for these companies. So we need to think about how we improve our online education at the 4-year college level and the master's level, and how we get non-traditional students into that pipeline so that they can train or retrain to be employees of this future economic growth.
And Paul.
And I'm just going to echo what everybody has said. In order to keep up with everybody else, we need to bring in some leading edge talent, people that have seen this and lived it and done this. We also have to expand our talent pipeline in all dimensions. In our public schools, only a small percentage, really small percentage of our high school graduates go into digitally enabled, digitally capable degrees. We need to find a way to push that curriculum and expand that pipeline and reach out to all communities.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to make a little bit of a provocative statement here, and I hope that not only will the panel respond to this, but maybe some of those of you that are in the audience might. One thing that has struck me as I look around the room is it's mostly one flavor. And yet, if we're going to see this cliff, and I would question in technology if we're going to see the cliff, COVID taught us a really, really important lesson, which is the world is digital. We are not going back. Nothing about that is going to change. Most engineering schools actually saw an increase in enrollment this past year, including BCU, and I think ODU did not do badly either. Parents have figured out if they want their children to be employed, that they need to get a technological education. But when I talk to companies, and some of you may want to address this, they don't necessarily want engineering geeks. What they want are well-rounded people that can speak the language. They want artists that can do you know what I'm trying to say, user interface. So there's a place, but we need to broaden our technological education to meet those people where they are. And we need to have upskilling, as Morris has pointed out. We need to attract the older students in ways that are different from being a freshman in college. But we also need to get a little bit more variability in the room where the decision makers are. We have a limited representation here, and I think I'd like to hear from the four guys, all of whom represent a single demographic, how you think we can achieve a solution to this problem. Okay.
I'll start off with this. The event I'm going to after this is at Brooks Crossing. If you haven't been to Brooks Crossing, it's a building that Newport News Shipbuilding occupies, and in the first floor of it, Old Dominion has a fab lab in which we have K-12 students come in and get excited about engineering and science and computers, and we also have a recording studio in there. So they get to do that too. And that is in a disadvantaged neighborhood in Newport News, in which we're trying to fill that pipeline so it's a more diverse pipeline.
Anybody else want to tackle it?
And in Richmond, we and many parts of VCU are really going out into the community. There's a massive outreach effort, which is, I'll call it an overlay to the public school systems. How do you bring awareness of these digital opportunities into middle school and high school? We are supporting the technical centers. Some of our best students that come into engineering come right out of the technical centers, as opposed to the traditional high schools. We need to do much, much more of that. We know that we are moving the dial. There's been enough effort over the years, but it's still not enough. And we need to provide. Business needs to be engaged with mentorships. We need special support programs. I mean, we look at everything from a holistic standpoint. It's not just financial aid, it's emotional aid, it's support, whatever is required in order to help foster success. And that's a different view of education, where if somebody fails, they fail. We can't accept high degrees of failure. How do we make everybody successful? It's a different view of the world.
I'll just say, Barbara, along those lines, and I guess I'm happy to represent the chubby Italian demographic. But
someone had to do it, Anthony.
I think that maybe that's where you were going.
Right.
I know we don't have time, but if you go to henrico.com and you go on our website, one of the lessons we learned very recently and way too late is that we have to be considerably more intentional in our work with small business, minority-owned and women-owned businesses. And so we're having those conversations at the front end with our prospects and not at the back end, because at the back end, all those decisions are made, all the money's been spent. We're having those conversations at the front end in a much more intentional way to try to make sure that we can grow the economy more equally.
I think from our end, there's some great things going on in our community within the public school system. And one is a program called Trifecta, where the students in groups of robotics, cybersecurity, and I forgot the third area, but each year at the end of the year get together and have competitions against each other. And it's encouraged and open to all students at all schools in the city. And I think that allows not only these bright kids to learn and showcase their their talents, but also to work in a team environment where, yes, in a way you're a competitor, but in another way you're working together on items that move forward the causes of these three areas, which the world's moving to rapidly.
Right. Any comments from the audience? I mean, you're not going to take advantage of this low-tech version we have here? This is, yes, Monique. That was not, I didn't pay her to do that, but I'm really glad she did. So she's asking about how you guys are looking at the young companies, the entrepreneur.
Really important. I'll go back to the unicorn comment. What we want to create is an open access platform. Yeah, so that, the community at large, obviously there's going to be some registration and certification, can go in and use these tools. We hear a lot that there's some great ideas. You're able to go spend some money and you can use some of the public cloud capabilities. But what is needed is a platform that allows more open access into these highly advanced computing capabilities. We've heard many times, everybody hits a wall. You need money in order to go scale up. So we think that there's ways of creating private clouds using the platform that allow you to go into the next level of scale without breaking the bank and going through the valley of death. So, the entrepreneur community is going to be an important audience for everything that we want to go create.
Thank you very much, Paul. That's, Morris, we're like right on time. So go for it.
So I was gonna say, with things like our digital neighborhoods platform, we're creating the data analytics platforms that cost a lot of money to create and to take a lot of expertise to build. And then companies come in and partner with us and make use of those, so they don't have to do it from scratch. They have that opportunity up front.
And we need help from the state. I mean, we are really good in Virginia. They just announced a glove manufacturer, 2,500 jobs in Wythe County. Great project. If it's bricks and mortar, we're all over it in Virginia. But the problem is we have a 20th century incentive system in a 21st century economy. We need to change what we do at the local level, and the state's got to come on board with us to help grow the startup ecosystem, or it's just not going to happen here. It's going to happen elsewhere, which is really where it is happening, outside of Virginia.
We've done some really exciting things in the last 4 or 5 years. One is our entrepreneur program at Kempsville High School that just produces some fantastic entrepreneurs coming out of that center. We've plugged them into various aspects of the community, including our 1 Million Cups entrepreneur program for startups and the like. And also we opened a new center just several months ago called Hive. The Hive is a resource center for entrepreneurs and small businesses too. So I think we see that this is a must-do within the community to bring up not only the young folks, but the entrepreneurs, the exiting military, another fantastic source of talent who have taken commands and done their job for many years, but also they have a lot of bright ideas to do things better. And as they get out, this gives them an opportunity to do so.
That's perfect. Thank you. This is a perfect way to end our session and to make a plug for the Virginia Innovation Partnership Authority, which is addressing these problems head on. And hopefully you will continue to support us and support the growth of this really exciting new industry. Over to you, John.
Wow, thank you, Barbara. Special gift for panelists. This is a book from Jonathan Barnett about reimagining mega regions. How to start planning for the future on a mega region basis. Thank you very much. Yep. Okay. Well, we're going to move this right along and actually send you home early. We want to spend the last little bit of time together talking about our organization and what we've accomplished so far this year and where we're headed next year. So if I could have the slides back up, please. Great. So we are so blessed to have a really active executive committee. We've been meeting a whole lot, and we're now moving into the stage of planning for next year. So I want to give a quick recap of what we've done this year and get your input for next year, because we're as strong as our members and supporters behind this. This is a list of our priorities for this past year. And the first one was just make sure we stay in business, right? And then advance the innovation corridor positioning. And I shared that this morning about, how we really are about innovation, the I-64 innovation corridor, but in a much broader sense than just tech. And then implement the talent pipeline study. And you're going to be getting a copy of this, a Go Virginia sponsored study that I gave you just a little tip of the iceberg this morning. Accelerate understanding of digital connections and showcase member initiatives, increase research, development, collaboration, support the Virginia Capital Trail. It took us 20 years to conceive and build from Richmond to Williamsburg, that wonderful walking and bike trail. We don't want to take 20 years to make it go down to Fort Monroe. And then remove the barriers to passenger rail service, and then advocate for that 29 miles that Aubrey talked about. We got to make sure we have three lanes all the way from Hampton Roads to Richmond. And so we're going to get into this. The first thing that we've done, this is a little bit of a Dave Letterman style, like our top 10, but we really wanted to establish policies and procedures. So I encourage everybody, we're trying to be as transparent as possible. Go to our website. On the homepage at the very bottom of it, you can click on this portal, and it has every single document, all the notes from every single executive committee meeting, the notes from every meeting on different files. You can get access to anything that we've done and where we are in just about every initiative. And this is really maintained by Laura Robideau, who, Laura, are you in the room right now? Laura, right there. So you've gotten emails from Laura. That's Laura Robideau, the business manager. So I want everybody just to give a round of applause for Laura. She is hurting 100 people at any one time on this whole initiative. So thank you, Laura, for all you do. But our goal in the future is to make this portal more dynamic. We really want to make sure people use it and feel like they really are part of RVA 757 Connects. Number two, engaged executive committee is another big highlight of this year. This is the list of who's on the executive committee. At least 22 meetings so far. So this is a group that really has put in time every Wednesday morning. Now we've gone to every other Wednesday, but I just couldn't do this without their support. And as we move forward, we really want to think about engaging all directors and mega region institutional council members. So in the end, I've got a sheet on the table I'll explain in a few minutes. We really want you to look over and to see how you can become even more engaged in our work next year. We did a little survey. 84% said, yeah, I want to be on one of these future committees. We want to stand up and move more towards a committee structure next year as we move forward. And you can see the percent that answered this survey, and Global Internet Hub was number one, followed by those targeted industries that I shared, working on those and helping Jennifer Wakefield and Doug Smith with the Alliance, and Jennifer with GRP. But for us, just to provide support where we can for those, and the new apprenticeships and I-64 widening and communications. So we were really delighted to see so many people said, yeah, I want to get involved. And we also wanted to figure out, gosh, we should build in some fun here, right? We should actually meet and, maybe at a fest event, or maybe at a big festival in downtown Richmond. And most people said, nah, we don't want to do that. But what we want to do is actually have more time where we're hearing from one another, and maybe set up a series of monthly luncheons where everybody can eat at their Zoom desk, but can also hear from somebody about what's going on with the port in Richmond and the port in Hampton Roads, what's going on with Jeff Lab, and have Stuart talk to us. So we're gonna use this input and really try to get more ways for people to get involved next year. Number three, we had great success when we asked people to join the board. We get this one answer, yes. And so that's wonderful. So this past year, we've Sarah Jane and Moses have really headed up the nominations committee. And I'm not going to read out every name here, but just look at the talent that was added just this past year. Really impressive number of people here. We really are blessed to have everybody say yes and join us. And Alan Witt, I thought was, he was one of the founders of this whole idea with Tom Franz. So I just think he took a break, and now we got him back. So we're going to focus on recruiting more board members this year. We have in our bylaws 75 board seats, so we got 22 open, and we can even change that. Tom Franz tells me so, but we do need to complete this, and that's what we're going to be working on. The organizational governance structure, we put this in place at the very beginning. This idea of having a mega region institutional council along with the board. So these two co-equal partners making up RVA 757 Connects, it actually was the right thing to do. It really has worked out quite well. This is what we call it the mic for short, because we give them the microphone and we listen to them and they tell us like, yeah, we got to get the 64 widened and really understanding where there's pockets of money and how to talk to the Secretary of Transportation and others at VDOT about what we see. So this is a group that doesn't have a voting membership, but they provide something much more valuable, and they don't have to say that they voted for this or that, but they really are the sort of our eyes and ears on what needs to happen, and then a good sounding board when we come up with ideas to tell us, that's a little crazy, let's think about that in the future. We want to tap into this more next year and really see it get organized into even more of a positive force for us. We have all our board meetings at the same time with the Mega Region Institutional Council. So we meet together, but we would really like to see this gel even more. And I can't thank, Martha and Bob Crum. We talk all the time about initiatives that need to be supported. And would you write a letter for this? And let me take the lead on this. And so it's exactly how this should work. And so we really want to lean into this a lot more next year. Another governance structure item is to do something we've been talking about for 2 years, but next year build a third entity, the board, the MIC, what we're going to call the Mega Region Innovation Council. And here we want to have the most diverse creative group that you can imagine, and represented from the entire spectrum of the I-64 Innovation Corridor across categories. We really want to have some people from, artists, from the ballet, from all walks of life. Again, that positioning. And so we're going to be looking for nominations, and we really want to ask them to think about things that really will impact the future of our mega region and really be provocative and come back to us with some ideas. Right now, we're kind of a business to business organization, but is there a bumper sticker, or when we think about the future and where we're headed, I think more and more we're going to be about innovation and creativity. And so what does that mean for the arts and getting more involved in some of the discussions that we're talking about, the kind of future we want? And, what are our environmental policies and so forth? So we just got a lot of work to do, and we want a lot of creative help and really create a council that honestly can become the next kind of pool for us to recruit from for our board. So we want this to be diverse and young, and we're going to get everybody's help in standing this up. So to come in 2022, the Innovation Council. This year, big success in fundraising. Mitch is here, Jim Kibler, and wow, almost $1 million raised this year. So that's really impressive. And this is what the funders are on this slide, and you can see a lot of major brands that have just stepped up and said, this is really important. Keep going. We know you're in an early stage here, but keep going. And then a lot of communities as well. I'm sorry, a lot of individuals as well. And one name on this list I want to call out is Jim Ukrop. So Jim, you're here, and Jim, it was right here, not very far from here, that Jim and Tom drew on the back of a napkin this whole concept 10 years ago. We ought to have some sort of organization that really advances our mega region. So Jim, thank you. And thank you for all the support you've given us. So when we look at our fundraising success, our goal is $500,000 a year. And with the two community foundations, initially with the startup money, the Community Foundation, Hampton Roads, and the Foundation for Greater Richmond in Richmond. And that money was pledged for 3 years and it would go away. And so we always knew we got to be sustainable. And our $500,000 is a goal every year. We're not ever going to get over our skis and spend more money than that. But if we had that range, then we feel like we could really, really work against all those priorities. So you see the money that we've raised to date. You see the distance from goal. But I think this is an impressive start. And Jim and Mitch, thank you for all of the hard work that has taken place to get us here. This is hard, calling people and asking for money. And by the way, on that list of things we wanted to see if people were interested in, development was the lowest rated one on the list. So I get it. But their goal is to meet our annual sustainability fundraising goals. We don't want to get to year 3 when the foundation money goes away and not be able to say we got a solid pathway into the future. So we're looking pretty good there. Number 6, develop and package this innovation corridor positioning. And I think you saw earlier our strategy there. And Moses Foster, raise your hand again, Moses. Moses has been really great with his team and putting together materials and the website. And you go to our website, you click on any one of those little arrows and there's an innovation story. We need more stories. I mean, if I could ask you to do one thing, it's to email Laura. You guys have gotten dozens of emails from her and say, here's an innovation story about what we're doing. And it doesn't have to be tech, all right? It's just broad-based. So help us help you, because we want to start getting out a much more dynamic communications plan and reinforcing our innovation through all kinds of stories. But we can't just make them up. We really need you guys to think about one thing that you've done that's innovative. And you're all in business, so there has to be one thing in recent times. Number 7, profile the I-64 Innovation Corridor today and opportunities for tomorrow. This is the Go Virginia study. We were going to do a bigger presentation today, but we had all this global internet hub talent. We just gave you a tip of the iceberg. We're going to send a report to everybody, and we'll start using this data really in packaging and requesting other grant money and finding other ways to showcase who we are and where we really need to evolve. Number 8, supported directors initiatives. This is something that we really see that extra money to get us to our fundraising goal, that we can have more resources to really support things that really advance the corridor. And what I mean here is, in working with the PDCs and understanding the gap issue with I-64, putting together a really comprehensive letter that really took a long time to research and figure out the right approach and working with the Secretary's office. That, I hope everybody got a chance to read that, but that's like a great example of how we want to use our considerable might in terms of people's respect for you guys, our members and directors. With the bike trail going for funding, we put together a letter of support there to try to help Bob Crum and his initiative in driving forward the expansion of the Capitol Trail. And then Build Back Better is a huge effort that Hampton Roads just finished putting together, leveraging a lot of that kind of information about the future of the maritime industry and getting ready for that Biden infrastructure. It's a Build Back Better regional challenge. But all that work and putting together proposals had dozens of support letters, including one from us. So this is just a tip of the iceberg, but how we really operate is to bring the force of of you guys to bear at a point of leverage to say, we're really behind this. We really have our eye on this. And so we're going to get better and better at doing this. Obviously, Bob Blue and the folks at Dominion are really all in on this. And what a huge announcement this week. Congratulations, Doug, in Portsmouth to be a new manufacturing center for these wind turbine blades. This is going to be a future industry. And a big one. And so we want to help out where we can. So we're doing what we can and featuring Bob and have a bit of video of him in the newsletter. We want to do more and more of this. We want to get behind those big initiatives that advance our region. So we want to expand that support and helping our members' initiatives. And then number 9 is launch the communications program. And this is where Moses has been so great with his team. Our whole strategy is to explain what we are, why we exist, who we are, and how we work, and to do it in a way that gets people excited. And so here are our key audiences, and I'll leave this up for a minute. It's basically the opinion leaders and the elected officials of our mega region. And the more we can get the business leadership behind us and involved with us, then the more these other folks will listen to us. So that's the deal. And so we've gotten a good database started. I hope you guys are starting to get some of our communications as we push it out. We feel like we've just gotten started. We have more to do. And so we really want to build out our business database. We really need to get that to be huge. There, in my mind, and some of the work I've done with some of you in this room, I know there are about 5,000 really regional-minded business leaders in Hampton Roads. They're probably about the same in Richmond. So I'm not going to be satisfied till we have 10,000 people getting our materials. And we can call them to arms when we need to, because we got to get 64 paved the whole way, 3 lanes, and we got to become a global internet hub and all these other things. It's just part of what we have to do as leaders. And then number 10, identified and focused on a transformational strategy. One of our priorities was try to get people to understand this whole digital conversation. So we've devoted the last 3 months to trying to do this. We're trying to elevate this conversation. That's what today was all about. That's what a wonderful webinar that we did with Civic, with Sarah Jane Kirkland and her great leadership. We're not going to stop. And with your help, we're going to try to figure out how to package this in a simple way and keep telling the story. And maybe with some luck and some of this information, be able to apply for a Go Virginia grant, pulling everybody together to create a great strategic plan. And so all these guys who are up here know about this. Doug Smith and Jennifer Wakefield know. We want to, Virginia Beach and Rico County, all of us get together and do, what do we have to do next? How do we drive this faster? So that's what's kind of next up for us here. And so if you look at all of these, I think we've done okay for this year. We haven't knocked everything over the fence, but a lot of these projects, frankly, are just big. And some are big and messy. So we picked the big ones and we tried to push the ball down the field. There's some other things that we've talked about as an executive committee, some other priorities to think about for next year. Like, we got to leverage the HBCUs that we have here. We got to figure out how to strategically tie into the power they represent. And then health, Tom Chamberlain's here, and he's got this wonderful app called Healthier 757, which is an incentivized game that allows you to learn and compete in a fun way for prizes like staying at the Main for a weekend. And he's already come to Richmond and talked about this. And, why can't we be the healthiest mega region? There's something to our size. We're one of the smallest, so that gives us an advantage that we can probably get things done maybe in a more coordinated, bigger way. So that's one idea that we've started to talk about. Another is Hampton Roads has done a great job scaling diversity, equity, inclusion, like making it a community-wide effort. I mean, I think that on the Chamber's website, Brian has just been so bullish on this. There's actually a dashboard for community, diversity, equity, inclusion, and the scores aren't perfect. And Brian says that's okay, because you know what, we might be diverse, but we got to become more inclusive, and it takes the whole community. Maybe we should be thinking that way about the whole mega region, right? Maybe that's another cool thing that pays off our positioning. So here's some additional ideas, and what I want you to do, and we're gonna quickly go to this next and last section of today. There's a sheet on your table that lists many of these priorities and what are some potential next steps. And then there's a category called Other, and the other is things like Healthier 757 and things like the HBCUs and DE&I initiative on a community scale. But that's to give you can just fill in and said, yeah, I really like one particular one here, or I'm thinking about something else. But most importantly, you got to check one box. You got to check one box and put your name down and your email so I can call you and we can get on the road, because we need your help to make a huge impact here. Which gets to this last section. And I'm gonna give us back some time, because nobody complains when a meeting ended early, right? And so I have Tom and Ted's permission that they're not going to talk at this meeting, and asked me just to stumble forward. And so we're not going to take 20 minutes here, but this is what I'd like us to do. I'd like us to take this sheet. You've heard now what we've done in 2021. You kind of have a feeling for some of the things the executive committee is talking about for 2022. There's a lot to do. I want you to just quietly for 5 minutes, read through this and put a check on at least one thing you want to help us with. And if you're not on the mic and you're not on the board, you're not exempt. If you came to this meeting, you care enough to check one thing, and then put your name and your email contact, and you're not allowed to leave the room until you turn this sheet in. But what I want to do, after I give you just 5 minutes, then I want to open the mic up, and we'll just spend 15 minutes just hearing from you guys on these two questions. Like, what did you think about today? And what are some of the things you're going home with that you learned, like your takeaways on becoming a global internet hub? And then the second thing, about this organization. This is your organization. How can we improve in 2022? What do you like that we've done? And where do we need to lean in moving forward? And then we're going to come back to you with our plan for 2022, but you're going to have input into it today. So let's be quiet for the next 5 minutes, and then we'll have open mic for just about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll go home. All right? This is not the time where everybody runs out the room unless you have to. Everybody clear? Take this sheet and just check off at least one thing you want to be part of. Yeah, there.
It's a little thing.
Okay. Next segment. I'm going to call on you to go pick these up around the room.
Anna and I will do it.
Okay.
Pick up the sheets.
All right. All right, before you guys leave, we're going to have just a few minutes discussion. I do want to set the record straight. Beth came up to me. I want everybody to understand that the Capitol Trail did take 20 years to kind of dream up and then get completed. It is complete from Richmond to Williamsburg. It's done. It's finished, and you got to get on there as a job description of a human that lives here. But then from here to Fort Monroe is the next segment, and individual pieces are getting put together, but we can't wait for 20 years for it to be done, right? And Bob Crum thinks about it every day and works on it with his great team. Okay, so I want you guys to come to the mic so we can continue to record this, but let's just have, 6 or 7 people, come up and just share what you think on these 2 questions, on one of them, what you think about the Global Internet Hub and what you've learned, and then RVA 757 Connects. And take your sheet that you've had at least one check on and raise it high in the air so these guys can pick it up. And thank you so much for doing that. All right, so this is your turn. Someone please step up, or I'm going to call on people.
Well, good afternoon. My name is J.R. Locke. I'm with a company called EdLogix that John had mentioned earlier. I think today has been a wonderful session. I've been familiar with the cable networks, and certainly it's going to be not already a valuable asset for us. But one of the things I just wanted to really highlight today is kind of elaborate on Barbara's comments, because I think Anthony said it best, is that when it comes to diversity, we really have to be intentional. And so as I looked at the sheet, the primary subtopics that are listed, diversity seems to be associated with the council. But I really think that we need to raise it to a level of identity, maybe even having diversity as a primary topic. one of our focus areas so that we really can take advantage of the assets that we have. Because working as a diversity consultant earlier in my career, I mean, Hampton Roads is one of the most diverse regions in the country. And when you combine Richmond and Hampton Roads together, we actually have per capita one of the most diverse regions in the United States. So we just have to do a better job of capitalizing on the resources that we have.
That's great. Thank you very much. Here's your book. Okay, you're going to get a book if you talk. I got enough books to keep us here for about 40 minutes.
First of all, I just want to say thank you. I couldn't agree more. I think that's important that we have to be more intentional. One of the things is we're thinking about trying to attract talent to the area. That's a key component here. The talent that we're trying to attract typically is going to be very important. The environment's very important to them, and sustainability. And of course, we've talked about offshore wind, which is great, but leaning in on transit, leaning in on how do we reduce our carbon footprint as a region. As a mega region, I think having that as part of our brand would be a very important one.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, I get a book.
You got a book? Michelle.
I just think it's wonderful that to get together collaboratively as these two communities. But, we've seen other cities bypass, Virginia cities, Raleigh, Charlotte, Nashville. I mean, it goes on. And I think really collaborating together, this is a great way to do it. One thing I do want to say that I think building that talent pipeline, especially with minority students, I know the Latino community, we've really got to get them involved in tapping into, this is where the talent is. They're a young age. We need to bring them up to fill these jobs in the future.
Great. Thanks, Michelle. Here's a book, and Michelle is the head of the Virginia Hispanic Chamber. So thank you. Got some books left here. Tom.
Hi, I'm Tom Chamberlain. I'm from EdLogix. I appreciate the comments you made about Healthier 757. I think this global platform and the ring that we're building around Hampton Roads and throughout the rest of the Commonwealth is an awesome opportunity. But I think the real opportunity is, what do we put on that internet? How do we get into broadband into those rural communities? As we increase our access, we can bring financial literacy, we can bring health literacy, we can bring a number of services. So we got to start thinking about what we can do with this infrastructure. We have a super highway with off ramps, but it's really important to start putting things on top of that ramp. So
Right.
I think that's a real good opportunity to be really differentiated by a different place. And one other comment is what you mentioned about health literacy and economic prosperity and building a healthier workforce productivity. From my perspective, from a biased perspective, I think you can have all the skill sets in a workforce, but if they're not healthy, they're not productive.
Right.
So
Excellent.
And as the disability service provider in the room, it's my role to remind us all that one of the greatest untapped talent pools that folks are not looking at and integrating is people with disabilities and all the diverse abilities that they bring to many of the fields that we've been discussing. And as we also look at health equity, that's another group that has some additional challenges and needs to be included in that discussion as well, which I appreciate having with one of the colleagues already today.
Excellent. Thank you.
My name is Kelsey, and I work with Goldman Sachs. I actually live in Richmond, and I think this region is really poised for a lot of growth because of the way that the pandemic has kind of shaken out the way businesses operate. I think Goldman's a great example of that. We're really investing heavily in this region and building a presence here, and I think because of the way, remote working is going, they allowed me to live in Richmond, and that's something that people my age want to do. They don't want to live in the big cities. We're seeing this mass exodus out of DC, and I think that's something we can really tap into. And I also want to see a lot more women at the table and kind of do more with women in the workforce.
Excellent. You can't get by without reading a book now that you're part of us. All right. So I'm going to make a big statement here. Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Well, I know. I want to make one more comment because, and I
You're
know
not getting a second
I was
book.
out of time before.
Okay.
I really want to recognize everybody here that's involved in talent development and workforce. And there's a notion that I want you to take away that we see every day. I call it the digital IQ. These young people and a lot of old people have very high digital IQs, and their street credentials would never show it. Wherever you see that happening, get them involved. I mean, we want to get them onto the pathway. A computer scientist may be jumping in both feet on a pathway, put one foot on, put one big toe, a hand, whatever. The opportunity sets. When you go into a Bank of America Technology Center or Capital One or wherever you go, when you ask the question, who has a technical degree out of college? And these are all technologists in these rooms. And you're going to find a minority of people put their hands up. Most people are retreads. They've been upskilled, reskilled, whatever it is. So the opportunity sets are out there. And these are jobs. Once you're on that pathway, you go through one door and 5 more open and another 5. And it's incredible what somebody can do in 3 years or 5 years at 30 years old or 40 years old. I've seen it too many times. And we just got to encourage that wherever that occurs.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Yes, sir.
I was just really taken by when we asked about how they were getting in France more awareness around what they're doing. He pointed straight to the museums as a sort of a public thing. So I was thinking a little bit about how important talking about retaining talents and things is remote work. We're not thinking just about, we need to have jobs in places that are available. It's the cities themselves. So I think bike lanes and things become really, really important. Culture, high culture and brewery and just that whole thing becomes really important as far as like talent acquisition and then keeping it around. I know when we were thinking about where we wanted to live, we just relocated to Virginia Beach. We're thinking about, me and my wife, it wasn't, where's my job?
Right.
It was, where do I want to live?
Yeah.
And between Richmond and Hampton Roads, there's like, that's where you want to live. And especially, we came from the north, so significantly better. And so I think there's a lot to do. Think about more than just the business climate and education, but think about culture and those kind of things as well.
That's great. Thank you. Jim.
I'm probably going to say something that's very controversial, but I think we look at North Carolina, we look at a lot of these other cities, they don't have cities and counties. In other words, when the population gets to be a certain density, then the city, Atlanta or wherever, Phoenix, it automatically expands. I mean, I think an example of that was today when Henrico, they got this, whatever they prepared, was wonderful. But, we're not in Henrico, we're not Chesterfield, we're not the city. And it seems to me that somehow or another in the future, we need to change some of the archaic laws that we deal with here in our state for many, many years.
That's right. Jim, thank you. And thank you for everything you've done for this organization and your sage advice on all things super regional. And in fact, that's what, this idea of the younger generation and this innovation council. I mean, we got to have a younger spirit as part of who we are in this effort. And that group and all the research we've done, they don't see borders. And so I think that, or colors for that matter. But I think that that's going to help us. So we need to get them in their thinking and their souls as part of what we're doing. And we plan to do that. Okay. Anybody else have a burning desire? Okay, well, we do have a couple of extra books. If you would like one, we have 4, and you may certainly take one. And I'm going to turn it over to Brian and Polly just to wrap up. Thank you guys very much for all the support you give us. Okay.
Want me to start? Yeah, just a couple of comments because I know Polly and I are the only things between you and probably an adult beverage down the street, Epicurious. That's a clue. Sean told me to tell you that. But seriously, I hope you all really enjoyed this today and got a lot out of it. I think there's so much stuff going on, and we have so many assets that we can leverage here. I do have just a couple of comments. Number one, I want to thank and recognize the Chamber RVA and Hampton Roads Chamber and RVA 757 Connect staffs. Can we give them a round of applause? I think I speak for Brian Anderson and John. We just couldn't pull these things off without the professionalism, dedication, and commitment of the staff. So thank the staffs very much. When we started planning this, I think we realized from the very beginning, John, that it was going to be complicated from a technical perspective. And so we wanted to bring in a very elite team of experts, and that's what we did with Elite AV. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. And finally, I just want to recognize that, and I say this often when I talk to groups, one of the most valuable commodities in business today, and I would also argue government, is leadership. And the reason leadership is one of the most valuable commodities is because leaders make things happen. Leaders are intentional about getting things done for the benefit of their organization. So I'd like to recognize 3 leaders in the room with us today. First of all, the visionary leadership of Tom Frantz. Tom, thank you so much. Ted Chandler. Ted, thank you so much. And of course, our Chief Executive Officer for RVA 757 Connects, John Martin. Let's give John a round of applause. And with that, I'll turn it over to Polly. Thank you all very much.
Well, so ditto on everything that Brian said. Thank you so much for coming. I came here today to learn, and there was a lot of learning that took place. I knew a little bit about the cables and the chance to be a global internet hub, but I learned a lot more today, and I'm sure that a lot of us did in the room. There were so many themes that went on today, from talent, talking about pipelines and training and tech centers and programming and non-traditional students, to opportunities like data centers and being carrier neutral and supercomputers at Jefferson Lab. And then long-term strategies, partnerships, entrepreneurs, unicorns. I think the bottom line is, and to kind of use a maritime analogy, that if we, that a rising tide floats all boats. And if we want this to be the kind of community we want for our kids and ourselves and our grandkids, then we need to take advantage of some of these opportunities that are in front of us. To quote somebody at our table, not to get diluted, to stay focused, and to really figure out what it is that we want as a community and then push forward. So thank you all for coming so much today. Appreciate it. Thank you.